You fool! Warren is dead. HorrorBabble's Subterranean Terror. 10 stories of the dark places beneath us. Far Below by Robert Barbour Johnson. With a roar and a howl, the thing was upon us, out of total darkness. Involuntarily I drew back as its headlights passed, and every object in the little room rattled from the reverberations. Then the power car was by, and there was only the clackety-clack of wheels and lighted windows flickering past like bits of film on a badly connected projection machine. I caught glimpses of occupants briefly. Bleak-eyed men sitting miserably on hard benches, a pair of lovers oblivious to the hour's lateness and all else, an old bearded man in a black cap, sound asleep, conductors here and there too, their uniforms black splotches against the blaze of car lights. Then red tail lamps shot by, and the roar died to an earthquake rumble far down the track. "The 3-1 Express," my friend said quietly, "from the Battery. On time to the minute, too. It's the last, until nearly dawn." He spoke briefly into a telephone, saying words I could not catch, for the racket of the train was still in my ears. I occupied the interval by staring about me. There was so much to be seen in the little room, such a strange diversity of apparatus, switches and coils and curious mechanisms, charts and graphs and piles of documents, and, dominating all, the great black board on which a luminous worm seemed to crawl, inching along past the dotted lines labelled 49th Street, 52nd Street, 58th Street, 60th. "A new wrinkle, that," my friend said. He had put down his phone and was watching the board with me. "Lord, I don't dare think what it cost to install. It's not just a chart, It actually records. Invisible lights. The sort of things that open speakeasy doors and rich men's garages. Pairs of them spaced approximately every 25 yards along 5 miles of subway tunnel. Figure that out on paper and the total you'll get will seem hardly believable. And yet the city passed the appropriation for them without a murmur. It was one of the last things Mayor Walker put up before his resignation. "Gentlemen," he said to the finance board, "it doesn't matter what you think about me, but this measure must go through." And it did. There wasn't a murmur of protest, though the city was almost broke at the time. "What's the matter, man? You're looking queer." "I'm feeling queer," I said. "Do you mean to say the thing goes that far back, to Walker's time?" He laughed. It was a strange laugh that died eerily amid the dying echoes of the train far down the tunnel. "Good Lord," he gasped. "To his time? Man, Walker hadn't served his first term as mayor when this thing started. It goes back to World War days, and even before that. The wreck of the train, I recall, passed as a German spy plot to keep us from going in with the Allies. The newspapers howled bloody murder about alleged confessions and evidence they claimed they had. We let 'em howl, of course. Why not? America was as good as in the war anyhow by then. And if we told the people of New York City what really wrecked that subway train, well, the horrors of Chateau Thierry and Verdun and all of the rest of them put together wouldn't have equaled the shambles that rioting mobs would have made of this place. People just couldn't stand the thought of it, They'd go mad if they knew what was down here, far below." The silence was worse than the roar had been, I thought. The strange, echoing, somehow pregnant silence of empty vastness. Only the drip of water from some subterranean leak broke it. That and the faint crackling noise the indicator made as its phosphorescent crawling hinted at 68th Street, 72nd, 78th. Yes, my friend said slowly. They'd go mad if they knew. And sometimes I wonder why we don't go mad down here, we who do know and have to face the horror down here night after night and year after year. I think it's only because we don't really face it that we get by. Because we never quite define the thing in our own minds objectively. We just sort of let things hang in the air, you might say. We don't speak of what we're guarding against by name. We just call it them or one of them. Take them for granted just as we took the enemy overseas as something that's just down here and has to be fought. I think if we ever really did let our minds get to brooding on what they are, it'd be all over for us. Human flesh and blood couldn't stand it. Couldn't stand it. He brooded, staring out into the tunnel's darkness. The indicator crackled faintly on the wall. 92nd Street, 98th, 101st. Beyond 120th Street, things are pretty safe. I heard my friend's voice as I watched. When the train reaches that point, you'll see a green light flash, all clear. Though that doesn't mean absolute safety, you understand. It's just what we've established as the farthest reach of their activities. They may extend them at any time, although so far they haven't done so. There seems to be something circumscribed about their minds. They're creatures of habit. That must be what it is that's kept them in this one little stretch of tunnel with all the vast interlocking network of New York's subway system to rove in if they chose. I can't think of any other explanation, unless you want to get into the supernatural and say it's because they're bound to this particular locality by some sort of mystical laws. Perhaps because it's lower than the other tunnels, chiseled far down into the basic bedrock of Manhattan, and so near to the East River you can almost hear the water lapping on quiet nights. Or maybe it's just the awful dankness of the tunnel here, the fungoid moisture and miasmic darkness that suits them. At all events, they don't come up anywhere else except along this stretch. And we've got the lights and the patrol cars and 3 way stations like this one with 10 men on constant duty from dark till dawn. Oh yes, my boy. It's quite a little army I command down here in the night watches. An army of the unburied dead, you might say. Or an army of the eternally damned. I've actually had one of my men go mad. 2 others had to be placed in sanitariums for a while, but they got over it and are serving here still. But this fellow, well, we had to machine gun him down like a dog finally, or he'd have got one of us. That was before we got the dark lights placed, you see, and he was able to hide out in the tunnel for days without our being able to find him. We'd hear him howl sometimes as we patrolled, and see his eyes shining just as their eyes do in the darkness. So we knew that he was quite gone. So when we finally ran him down, we killed him, just like that. No bones made about it. Put, 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 and that was the end. We buried him down in the tunnel, too, and now the trains run over him as he lies. Oh, there was nothing irregular about the business. We filled out full departmental reports and got the consent of his relatives and so on. Only we just couldn't take the poor fellow above ground and run risks of people seeing him before interment. You see, there were certain alterations. I don't want to dwell on it, but his face, well, the change was just beginning, of course, but it was quite unmistakable, quite dehumanizing. There would have been some excitement up there, I'm afraid, just at sight of that face. And there were other details, things I only found out when I dissected his body. But I think I'd rather not go into them either, old boy, if you don't mind. The whole point is we have to be rather careful down here, all of us in the special detail. That's why we have such unusual working conditions. We wear police uniforms, of course, but we aren't subject to ordinary police discipline. Lord, what would an above-ground cop make of having every other night off and every day all to himself, and with a salary that, well, a corporal down here gets as much as does an inspector up there? But at that I think we earn our pay. I know I do. Of course I can't tell you what my salary is. They made me promise never to disclose it when they hired me from the Natural History Museum back in... Well, I don't like to think about how long ago that was. I was Professor Gordon Craig in those days, you know, instead of Inspector Craig of NYPD. And I just returned from Carl Akeley's first African expedition after guerrillas. That was why they brought the thing to me for examination, you see, after that first big wreck in the subway that had only been open less than a year. They'd found it pinned down in the wreckage, screaming in agony from their lights on its dead white eyeballs. Indeed, it seemed to have died from the lights as much as from anything else. Organically, it was sound enough, save for a broken bone or two. Well, they brought it to me because I was supposed to be the museum's leading authority on apes. And I examined it. Believe me, I examined it, old boy. I went for 6 days and nights without sleep or even rest, analyzing that dead corpse down to its last rag of bone and hank of hair. No scientist on this earth ever had a chance like that before, and I was making the best of it. I found out all there was to be found before I collapsed over my laboratory table and had to be taken to the hospital. Of course, long before that, I had told them the thing wasn't an ape. There was vaguely anthropoid structure, all right, and the blood corpuscles were almost human, quite shockingly so. But the head and the spade-like appendages and the muscular development were quite unlike any beast or man on this earth. Indeed, the thing had never been on this earth. There was no doubt of that. It would have died above ground in half a minute, just like an angleworm in the sun. And I'm afraid my report to the authorities didn't help them much. After all, even a fellow scientist would have found it a bit difficult to reconcile my classification of some sort of giant, carrion-feeding subterranean mole with my ravings about canine and simian developments of members and my absurd insistence on startlingly humanoid cranial development and brain convolutions indicating a degree of intelligence that... Well, there's no use going into all that now. I firmly expected them to order me up before a sanity commission when I reported my findings. Instead, they offered me a position as head of the special subway detail, at a salary that was, to say the least, fantastic. It was more a month than I'd been getting a year from the museum. Because, you see, they'd deduced much of the stuff for themselves without needing me to tell them. They had facts they deliberately withheld from me, not wanting to influence my report. They knew that train had been deliberately derailed. The mutilated track proved that beyond all doubt. No less than 3 ties had been taken up and laid some distance away down the tunnel, and the condition of the earth about the wrecked cars showed conclusively that extensive mining and sapping had taken place there. It was like a gigantic molehill, only worse. While I'd been analyzing stomach fluids and body tissue to try to find out what my subject fed upon, they'd been burying, secretly and with most elaborate precautions, the half-desiccated corpses of 6 men and women and children who, well, they hadn't died in the wreck, old boy. They hadn't died in the wreck any more than had that screaming thing that hid its eyes from the lights when they found it, pinned in the wreckage, where it had been caught while trying to drag a dead victim out. God, what a hideous shambles that place must have been before the wrecking crews got there. Mercifully, of course, there was total darkness. The poor devils who were merely injured never knew what charnel horrors were going on in the Stygian depths about them, nor cared, no doubt, in their agony. A few of them gibbered afterward about green eyes and claws that raked their faces, but of course all that was set down to delirium. Even one man who had his arm chewed half off never knew. Surgeons amputated the rest immediately and told him when he regained consciousness that he'd lost it in the wreck. He's still walking the streets today, blissfully ignorant of what almost happened to him that night. Oh, you'd be surprised, old boy, how you can hush a thing up if you've got a whole city administration behind you. And believe me, we did hush matters up. No newspaper reporter was ever allowed to see the wreck, freedom of the press or no freedom of the press. The government wanted to appoint a commission to investigate. We squelched it, and by the time the crews had cleaned out the smashed train and removed the last victim, the special subway detail had gone into action, and it's been on steady duty ever since, for the last 20-odd years. We had a terrible time at first, of course. All these modern improvements weren't available then. All we had were lanterns and guns and handcars, with which to patrol nearly 5 miles of tunnel. It was Mrs. Partington sweeping back the sea all over again, only worse. A handful of puny mortals against hell itself, in the eternal darkness of these long, gloomy tunnels far below the city. There were no more wrecks after we took over, though. I'll say that much. Oh, an accident or two. How could we prevent them? We did everything we could think of. How we worked in those early years. Once we sank a shaft 50 feet deep in the earth, where we'd seen queer disturbances beside the train tracks and heard queerer sounds. And once we blocked up both ends of the tunnel for a mile stretch and filled it with poison gas. And once we dynamited, but why go on? It was all useless, utterly useless. We just couldn't get to grips with anything tangible. Though, we'd hear sounds sometimes on our long, dismal patrols in the darkness. Our little lanterns, mere pinpricks of light in these vast old concrete vaults. We'd catch glimpses of glinting eyes far off, find fresh earth piled up where only a moment before there had been hard-packed cinders and gravel. Once in a while we'd fire our guns at something whitish and half-seen, but there'd be only a tittering laugh in answer, a laugh as mirthless and savage as that of a hyena dying away in the earth. 1,000 times I was tempted to chuck the whole thing, to get back above ground to sunshine and sanity and forget the charnel horrors of this mad Nyarlathotep world far underneath. And then I'd get to thinking of all those helpless men and women and children riding the trains unsuspecting through the haunted dark, with evil out of the primeval dawn burrowing beneath them for their destruction. And, well, I just couldn't go, that's all. I stayed and did my duty as the rest did, year after year after year. It's been a strange career for a man of science, and certainly one I never dreamed I'd be following during all the years I prepared myself for museum work. And yet I flatter myself that it's been rather a socially useful career at that. Perhaps more so than stuffing animals for dusty museum cases or writing monstrous textbooks that no one ever bothers to read. For I've a science of my own down here, you know. The science of keeping millions of dollars worth of subway tunnels swept clean of horror, and of safeguarding the lives of half the population of the world's largest city. And then, too, I've opportunities for research here, which most of my colleagues above ground would give their right arms for. The opportunity to study an absolutely unknown form of life, a grotesquerie so monstrous that even after all these years of contact with it, I sometimes doubt my own senses even now, although the horror's authentic enough if you come right down to it. It's been attested in every country in the world and by every people. Why, even the Bible has references to the ghouls that burrow in the earth, and even today in modern Persia they hunt down with dogs and guns like beasts, strange tomb-dwelling creatures neither quite human nor quite beast, and in Syria and Palestine and parts of Russia. But as for this particular place, well, you'd be surprised how many records we found, how many actual evidences of the things we've uncovered from Manhattan Island's earliest history, even before the white men settled here. Ask the curator of the Aborigines Museum out on Riverside Drive about the burial customs of island Indians 1,000 years ago. Customs perfectly inexplicable, unless you take into consideration what they were guarding against. And ask him to show you that skull, half human and half canine, that came out of an Indian mound as far away as Albany, and those ceremonial robes of aboriginal shamans plainly traced with drawings of whitish, spidery things burrowing through conventionalized tunnels, and doing other things too, that show the Indian artists must have known them and their habits. Oh, yes, it's all down there in black and white, once we had the sense to read it. And even after white men came, what about the early writings of the old Dutch settlers? What about Jan van der Ries and Wouter van Twiller? Even some of Washington Irving's writings have a nasty twist to them, if you once realize it. And there are some mighty queer passages in The History of the City of New York, mention of guard patrols kept for no rational purpose in early streets at night, particularly in the region of cemeteries, of forays and excursions in the lightless dark, and flintlocks popping, and graves hastily dug and filled in before dawn woke the city to life. And then the modern writers, Lord, there's a whole library of them on the subject. One of them, a great student of the subject, had almost as much data on them from his reading as I gleaned from my years of study down here. Oh yes, I learned a lot from Lovecraft, and he got a lot from me too. That's where what you might call the authenticity came from in some of his yarns that attracted the most attention. Oh, of course he had to soft-pedal the strongest parts of it, just as you're going to have to do if you ever mention this in your own writings. But even with the worst played down, there's still enough horror and nightmare in it to blast a man's soul if he lets himself think on what goes on down there, below the blessed sanity of the earth's mercifully concealing crust, far below. We figured out, we who've been studying them all this time, that they must have been pretty numerous once. No wonder the Indians sold this place so cheaply. You'd sell your home cheaply, too, if it were fairly overrun with monstrous noxious vermin that... But with civilization's coming, they were decimated, killed off, pogromed against, blasted with fire and steel by men whose utter ruthlessness sprang from soul-shattering detestation, who slew and kept silent about their slaying, lest their fellow men think them mad, until finally the blasted remnant of the things went far underground, burrowed down like worms to charnel depths that, well, we daren't conjecture just where, but we think that there's some fault in the basic bedrock of the island, some monstrous cavern whose edge this lowest of all the subway tunnels taps, and which lets them through somehow into the tubes. Oh, it took us a long time to find all that out. At first we thought we had to patrol the whole subway system of the city. We had guards even out onto the river and over in Brooklyn and Queens. We were even afraid they'd get into upper levels of the tunnels, perhaps into the very deserted streets of Manhattan during the pre-dawn hours. We had half the police department down here in those days, even the mounted force. Yes, indeed. Though God knows what even a trained police horse would do if it ever came face to face with one of those things. But horses were faster than the handcars we used then, and could cover more territory. But as time went on, we got things pretty well localized. It's only in this one stretch of tunnel that the danger is, and only here in certain hours of the night. Don't ask me why they never come up in daylight, for it's always night down here, you know, hundreds of feet below the surface. Maybe it's the constant passage of the trains. They shuttle by at 2-minute intervals all day long, you know, and until the Broadway theaters close at night. Only for about 4 hours of the night is there a lull when long miles of tunnel are lifeless and deserted and silent, when anything could come and go at will in them and not to be seen. And so it's only during these hours that we really worry, you see. It's only now that we're vigilant and ready. Although, of course, it's no longer warfare, you understand. We hunt them now. They don't hunt us anymore. We run them down, howling with terror, kill them or capture them as we will. Oh, yes, I said capture. A half-dozen times we've had a sort of Mad Bronx zoo of our own down here. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say a living Madame Tussaud's chamber of horrors. I have cages in my laboratory, and there have been times when it seemed judicious for influential people above ground to realize just how important is the work we're doing down here. So, when we have a really stubborn skeptic to our program, we take him in there, hand him a flashlight, and let him train it himself on what was prisoned there in total darkness, and then we'd stand by to catch him as he fainted. Oh, a lot of city officials and politicians have been down here. Why not? They couldn't possibly speak of the experience afterward. They'd just be locked up as lunatics if they did. And it made them much more liberal about funds. Our menagerie was a great success, only we just couldn't keep it going for very long at a time. We'd get so soul-sick at the very proximity of the creatures that we'd have to kill them finally. There was just no putting up with them for any length of time. Oh, it's not so much the appearance of the things, or even what they eat. We got an unlimited supply of that from the city morgue, and to anyone who spent half his life in dissecting rooms as I have, it might be a lot worse. But there's a sort of cosmic horror the things exude that, well, it's quite beyond description. You just can't breathe the same air with them, live together in the same sane world. And in the end, we'd have to gun them and throw them back underground to their friends and neighbors, who were waiting for them, apparently. At least we've opened the shallow graves a few days later, and there'd be only a gnawed bone or two there. And then, of course, we kept them alive in order to study their habits. I filled 2 volumes with notes from my successors, who'll carry on the fight when I'm gone. Oh yes, old boy. It'll always have to be carried on, I fear. There's no possibility of ever really wiping them out, you know. All we can do is hold our own. The fight will go on so long as this particular tunnel is occupied. Can't you just see the city fathers consenting to abandon $20 million worth of subway tunnels for nothing? I'm sorry, gentlemen, but you see, the place is infested with... God, what a laughingstock anyone would be who even suggested that above ground. Why, even on our own furloughs, when we walk sunlit streets among our fellow men, with God's own blue sky above and God's own clean air about us, even we wonder whether all this foulness isn't just a bad dream. It's hard up there to realize what can go on down in the crepuscular earth, the mad, gnawing, eternal darkness far below. Hello? The telephone was ringing. Somehow I didn't listen as he spoke briefly into it, perhaps because I was listening to something else, to a faint crackling from that great blackboard on the wall, where one little light, no glowing worm this time, but only one minute spark, kept flicking oddly on and off and on again. 79th Street, it marked, over and over. 79th Street, 79th. My friend hung up the phone at length and stood up. Queer, he said softly. Very queer indeed. The first in months, and tonight now while we were talking. It makes one wonder, you know, about those supernatural telepathic powers that they're said to have. Something went past in the tunnel outside, something that moved so fast that I could scarcely make it out, just a little low platform on 4 wheels, with no visible engine to propel it. Yet it scudded along with the speed of a racing car. Uniformed men rode the bucking thing, crouching with glinting objects in their hands. Riot car number 1, my friend said grimly. Our own version of the squad automobiles above ground. Just one of the little electric handcars used in subway construction, but souped up by our engineers until it'll do nearly 80 miles an hour. It could traverse the entire sector in less than 5 minutes if it had to. But it doesn't, of course. Another one, also with machine gunners aboard, left 105th Street at the same time. They'll meet somewhere along the tunnel's length with a disturbance in between. Let's listen to them. He crossed the room to the strange apparatus, threw switches and adjusted dials. There was a burrowing and crackling from what looked like an old-fashioned radio amplifier that stood on one of the cabinets. Microphones every 100 feet along the tunnel, said my friend. Another small fortune to install, of course, but another great step forward in our efficiency. A man listens all night long at a switchboard, and you'd be surprised to know what he hears sometimes. We have to change operators pretty often. Ah, there we are. Microphone number 290, approximately 1,000 feet below one of the busiest corners, even at this hour of the night, in all a great metropolis. And listen. Hear that? That was a sound that brought me out of my chair. A strange, high tittering, blasphemously off-key that merged into a growl and a moan. "There we are," my friend grated. "One of them, certainly. Perhaps more than one. Hear that scratching and the rustle of the gravel? All unsuspecting, of course, that they're broadcasting their presence, unaware that we modern human beings have got ourselves a few supernatural powers of our own nowadays, and unaware that, from both directions, death is sweeping down upon them on truckling wheels. But a little moment more, and... Ah! Hear that shriek? That howling? That means they've sighted one of the cars. They're fleeing madly along the tunnel now. The voices get fainter. And now... Yes, now they double back. The other car. They're trapped, caught between them. No time to dig, to burrow down into their saving Mother Earth like the vermin they are. No, you devils, we've got you. Got you. Hear 'em yell? Hear 'em shriek in agony? That's the lights, you know. Blazing searchlights trained on dark accustomed bodies. Burning, searing, withering them like actual blazing heat. And now, brr, rat-tat-tat. That's our machine guns going into action. Silenced guns with Maxims on them so that the echoes won't carry to upper levels and make men ask questions, but throwing slugs of lead, for all that, into cringing white bodies and flattened white skulls. Shriek! Shriek, you beasts from hell! Shriek, you monsters from the charnel depths! Shriek on and see what good it does you! You're dead! 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 Well, you blasted fool, what are you staring at? To save my life, I couldn't have answered him. I couldn't look away from his blazing eyes, from his body crouched as if he would spring at me across the room, from his teeth bared in a bestial snarl. For a long moment that tableau held. Then suddenly he dropped into a chair, flung his hands up over his face. I stood regarding him, my mind sickly ticking off details. God, why had I not seen them before? That lengthening of jaw, that flattening of forehead and cranium. No human head could be shaped like that. At last he spoke, not looking up. "I know," he said softly. "I felt the change coming on me for a long time now. It's coming over all of us, bit by bit, but on me the worst, for I've been here the longest. That's why I almost never go above ground anymore, even on leave. The lights are dim down here, but I wouldn't dare let even you see my face in sunlight. 25 years, you see. 25 long, dragging years down here in hell itself. It was bound to leave a mark, of course. I was prepared for that. But, oh, great powers above, if I'd for one instant dream what it was to be. Worse, oh, how much worse than any mark of the beast. And it's spiritual, you know, as well as physical. I get cravings sometimes down here in the night's loneliness, thought and charnel desires that would blast your very soul if I were to whisper them to you. And they'll get worse, I know, and worse until at last I run mad in the tunnel like that poor devil I told you about, and my men shoot me down like a dog, as they already have orders to do if... And yet the thing interests me, I'll admit. It interests me scientifically, even though it horrifies my very soul, even though it damns me forever. For it shows how they may have come about, must have come about, in fact, in the world's dim dawn. Perhaps never quite human, of course. Perhaps never Neanderthal, or even Piltdown. Something even lower, closer linked to the primeval beast, but that when driven underground, into caves, and then beneath them by man's coming, retrograded century by uncounted century down to the worm-haunted darkness, just as we poor devils are retrograding down here from very contact with them. until at last none of us will ever be able again to walk above in the blessed sunlit air among our fellow men. With a roar and a howl, the thing was upon us out of total darkness. Instinctively I drew back as its headlights passed. Every object in the little room rattled from the reverberation. Then the power car was by, and there was only the clackety-clack of wheels and lighted windows flicking by like bits of film on a badly connected projection machine. "The 4:15 express," he said heavily, "from the Bronx. Safe and sound, you'll notice, its occupants all unsuspecting of how they were safeguarded, of how they'll always be safeguarded. But at what a cost! At what an awful cost! The 4:15 express. That means it's dawn, you know, in the city overhead. Rays of the rising sun are gilding the white skyscrapers of Manhattan. The whole great city begins to wake to morning life. But there's no dawn for us down here, of course. There'll never be a dawn for poor lost souls down here in the eternal dark, far, far below." The Creeper in the Crypt by Robert Bloch. In Arkham, where ancient gables point like wizards' fingers to the sky, strange tales are told. But then, strange tales are always current in Arkham. There is a tale for every rotting ruin, a story for every little corpse-eye window that stares out at the sea when the fog comes up. Here, fantastic fancy seems to flourish, nourished at the shriveled witch-paps of the town itself, sucking the graveyards dry of legend, and draining at the dark dugs of superstition. For Arkham was a queer place once, abode of witch and warlock, familiar and fiend. In olden days, the king's men cleared the town of wizardry. Again, in 1818, the new government stepped in to destroy some particularly atrocious burrows in and about some of the more ancient houses and, incidentally, to dig up a graveyard better left untouched. Then, in 1869, came the great immigrant panic in Old Town Street, when the mouldering mansion of Cyrus Hook was burned to the ground by fear-crazed foreigners. Even since then there have been scares. The affair of the witch house, and the peculiar episodes attendant upon the fate of certain missing children at All Hallows Time have caused their share of talk. But that isn't why the G-men stepped in. The federal government is usually uninterested in supernatural stories. That is, they were, up to the time I told the authorities about the death of Joe Rigetti. That's how they happened to come. I brought them. Because, you see, I was with Joe Rigetti just before he died, and shortly after. I didn't see him die, and I'm thankful for that. I don't think I could have stood watching if what I suspect is true. It's because of what I suspect that I went to the government for help. They've sent men down here now to investigate, and I hope they find enough to convince them that what I have told them is actual fact. If they don't find the tunnels, or I was mistaken about the trapdoor, at least I can show them Joe Rigetti's body. That ought to convince anybody, I guess. I can't blame them for being skeptical, though. I was skeptical myself once, and so were Joe Rigetti and his mob, I suppose. But since then, I have learned that it is wiser not to scoff at what one does not understand. There are more things on earth than those who walk about upon its surface. There are others that creep and crawl below. I had never heard of Joe Rigetti until I was kidnapped. That isn't so hard to understand. Rigetti was a gangster and a stranger in the town. I'm descended from Sir Ambrose Abbot, one of the original settlers. At the time of which I speak, I was living alone in the family place on Bascom Street. The life of a painter demands solitude. My immediate family was dead, and although socially prominent through accident of birth, I had but few friends. Consequently, it is hard to understand why Rigetti chose me to kidnap first, but then he was a stranger. Later, I learned that he had been in town only a week, staying, ostensibly, at a hotel with 3 other men, none of whom was subsequently apprehended. But Joe Rigetti was a totally unknown factor in my mind, until that night when I left Tarleton's party at his home on Sewell Street. It was one of the few invitations I'd accepted in the past year. Tarleton had urged me, and as he was an old friend, I obliged. It had been a pleasant evening. Brent, the psychiatrist, was there, and Colonel Warren, as well as my old companions of college days, Harold Gore and the Reverend Williams. After a pleasant enough evening, I left, planning to walk home as I usually did, by choice. It was a lovely evening, with a dead moon wrapped in a shroud of clouds riding the purple sky. The old houses looked like silver palaces in the mystic moonlight, deserted palaces in a land where all but memories are dead. For the streets of Arkham are bare at midnight, and over all hangs the age-old enchantment of days gone by. Trees tossed their twisted tops to the sky, and stood like furtive conspirators in little groups together, while the wind whispered its plots through their branches. It was a night to inspire the fabulous thoughts and imaginative morbidities I loved so well. I walked slowly, contentedly, my thoughts free and far away. I never saw the car following me, or the man lurking ahead in the gloom. I strolled past the great tree in front of the Carter house, and then, without warning, balls of fire burst within my head, and I plunged, unconscious, into waiting arms. When I recovered, I was already there in the cellar, lying on a bench. It was a large cellar, an old cellar. Wherever I looked there was stone and cobwebs. Behind me lay the stairs down which I had been carried. To the left was a little room, like a fruit cellar. Far down the stone wall to the right, I could discern the looming outlines of a coal pile, though furnace there was none. Directly in the space before me was a table and 2 chairs. The table was occupied by an oil lamp and a pack of cards in solitaire formation. The chairs were likewise occupied by 2 men, my captors. One of them, a big red-faced man with the neck of a hog, was speaking. "Here, Rigetti, we got him easy. We follow him like you say, from house, and grab him in front of tree. Right away come here. Nobody saw nothing." "Where's Slim and the Greek?" asked the man who was playing solitaire, looking up. He was short, slim, and sallow. His hair was dark, his complexion swarthy. Italian, I decided. Probably the leader. I realized, of course, that I had been kidnapped. Where I was or who my captors were, I could not say. My throbbing head cleared, and I had enough sense not to bluster or start trouble. These weren't local men, not with those clothes, and there was an ominous bulge in the dark man's coat pocket. I decided to play possum and await developments. The hog-necked man was replying to the other's question. "I tell Slim and Greek to go back to hotel with car," he said. "Just like you say, boss." "Good work, Pollock," said the other, lighting a cigar. "I do my best for you, Joe Rigetti," said the big man, in his broken dialect. "Yeah, sure, I know you do," the swarthy Rigetti replied. "Just keep it up, and we're gonna be all set, see? Once I put the snatch on a few more of these birds, we'll clean up. The local coppers are all stiffs, and as soon as I get a line on some more of these old families, we'll be taking in the dough regular." "I beg your pardon?" I said. "Oh, awake, eh?" The thin Italian didn't move from the table. "Glad to hear it. Sorry the boys had to get rough, mister. Just sit tight and everything's going to be swell." "I'm glad to hear that," I replied sarcastically. "You see, I'm not accustomed to being kidnapped." "Well, let me handle it," said Joe Rigetti. "I'll show you the ropes." "Thanks," I retorted. "You already have." and I pointed to the ones that bound my hands and feet. Sense of humor, eh? Okay. Hope your friends come across with the dough after they get this letter I wrote, or maybe the rest isn't gonna be so funny. What next? I said, desperately hoping that something would turn up to give me an opening of some sort. You'll see soon enough, advised the man. First, I'm gonna sit up with you down here for the rest of the night. The Pole's face paled. No, boss, he begged. You no stay down here. Why not? Rasped Rigetti harshly. What's the matter with you, Pollock? Turning yellow on me, eh? I'm not, whined the man. But you know what was happened here before, boss. How they find Tony Filippo's leg lying on floor with no body left. Lay off the bedtime stories, Rigetti chuckled. You yokels make me sick with that stuff. But that's true, boss. They never was for to find any more of old Tony Filippo. Just his leg on cellar floor. That why his mob go away so quick. They no want for to die, too. What do you mean, die? Snarled Rigetti testily. The Pole's face paled, and his voice sank to a hushed whisper that blended with the cellar's darkness. A shadow voice in a shadow world. That what everyone say, boss. That house is witched, like haunted one, maybe. Nobody put Tony Filippo on spot. That fella, he too damn smart guy. But he sit all alone here one night, and something come up from earth and swallow him, all but leg. Will you shut up? Rigetti cut in. That's a lot of hooey. Some wise guy put the heat on Filippo and got rid of the body. Only his leg was left to scare off the rest of his mob. He trying to tell me a ghost killed him, Sap? Yeah, sure, insisted the Pole. No man killed Tony. Not like you say, anyhow. Fine leg, all right, but all over his lot blood on floor, and little pieces skin. No fella kill man like that. Only spirit. Vampire, maybe. Nuts! Rigetti was scornfully biting his cigar. Maybe so, but look, here is blood. And the Pole pointed a stubby finger at the floor and cellar wall to the left. Rigetti followed it with his gaze. There was blood, all right. Great rusty blobs of blood spattered all over the floor and wall like the pigments on the palette of a mad painter. No man kill other fella like that, the Pole muttered. Not even axe makes such mess. And you know what fellas they say about Filippo's leg? Was all full of tooth marks. Right, mused the other, thoughtfully. And the rest of his gang did get out of here pretty fast after it happened. Didn't try to hide the body or do anything about it. He frowned. But that doesn't prove any baloney about ghosts or vampires. You've been reading too many bum magazines lately, Pollock. Ha 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 ha. What about Iron Door? Grumbled the Pole, accusingly, his red face flushing. What about Iron Door back of coal in coal pile, huh? You know what fellas down by Black Jim's place say about house with iron door and cellar? Yeah. Rigetti's face clouded. You no look by iron door yet, boss, the man continued. Maybe you find something behind door yet, like fellas say. Dot where thing that got Filippo come from. Dot where it hide. Police they not find door either, when they come. Just find leg and blood and shut up house. But fellas know. They tell me plenty about house with iron door and cellar. Sit bad place from old days when witch fellas live here. It lead to hill back of house cemetery, maybe. Perhaps that's why nobody live here so long. Afraid of what hides on other side of door. What come out and kill Tony Filippo. I know about house with iron door and cellar all right. I knew about the house too. So that's where I was. In the old Chambers house on Pringle Street. Many a story I've heard from the old folks when I was a boy. About the old man, Ezekiel Chambers, whose wizard tricks bequeathed him such an unsavory reputation in colonial days. I knew about Jonathan Dark, the other owner, who had been tried for smuggling just before the terrible days of 1818 and the abhorrent practice of grave robbing he had been said to pursue in the ancient cemetery directly behind the house on the hill. Many peculiar rumors were circulated about the mouldering house with the iron door in the cellar at this time, about the door particularly, which Dark was said to use as a passageway for bringing his stolen cadavers back to dispose of. It was even claimed that the door had never been opened when Dark was tried, because of his astounding and hideous claim that the key which locked it was on the other side. Dark had died during the trial while in prison, babbling blasphemies that no man dared believe, monstrous hints of what lay beneath the old graveyard on the hill, of tunnels and burrows and secret vaults used in witch days for unhallowed rites. He spoke of tenants in these vaults too, and of what sometimes would come to visit the house from below when a wizard invoked it with the proper spells and sacrifice. There was more too, but then Dark was quite mad. At least everyone thought it better to believe so. Old tales die. The house had stood deserted for many years, until most men forgot the reason for which it had been forsaken, ascribing its vacancy only to age. The public today were utterly unaware of the legends. Only the old ones remembered, the old ones who whispered their stories to me when I was a boy. So this was the dark house to which I had been brought, and this was the very cellar of the tales in question. I gathered from the remarks between Rigetti and the superstitious Pole that another gang had recently used it for a hideaway, until the death of their leader. Indeed, I even vaguely remembered some newspaper reports of Tony Filippo's mysterious murder. And now Rigetti had come from New York to use it as a base. Clever scheme of his, evidently, coming to an old New England town and kidnapping the local gentry to hold for ransom, then hiding them away in some old deserted house so conveniently protected by superstition. I suppose that there would be more victims after me, too. The man was smart and cunning enough to get away with it. These thoughts flashed through my mind during the argument between the Pole and his leader, but their altercation came to an abrupt halt. "I wish you get out of here," the Pole was saying. "If you stay only one night, dot ting he come. Dot's old Tony Filippo stay." "Shut up, you fool. Didn't we stay here last night, too, before the job? And nothing happened." "Yeah, sure, I know. But we stay upstairs, not by cellar. Why not keep feller upstairs? Because we can't afford to risk being seen," Rigetti snapped wearily. "Now, cut the chatter." He turned to me. "Listen, you. I'm sending this guy out with a ransom letter right now, to your friends back at the party. All you have to do is keep your mouth shut and sit tight. But any funny business means you're through, see?" I kept silent. "Take him in there, Pollock, and tie him up." Rigetti indicated a fruit cellar adjacent to the stairs. The Pole, still grumbling, dragged me across the floor and into the room. He lit a candle, casting strange shadows over the cobwebbed, dust-drowned shelving on the walls. Jars of preserve still stood untouched, storing, perhaps, the crop of 100 years ago. Broken jars were still strewn about on the tottering table. As I glanced about, the Pole tossed me into a chair beside the rickety board and proceeded to lash me to it firmly with a stout rope. I was not gagged or blindfolded again, though the choking atmosphere about me served as a good substitute for both. He left me, closing the door. I was alone in the candle-lit quiet. I strained my ears and was rewarded by hearing Rigetti dismiss his henchman for the night, evidently to deliver the ransom note to the proper authorities. He, Rigetti, would stay behind on guard. "Don't run into any ghosts on your way," he called after his companion, as the big Pole lumbered up the stairs. A slamming outer door was his only response. From the ensuing quiet, I judged Rigetti had gone back to his solitaire. Meanwhile, I looked about for some means of escape. I found it at last, on the table beside me. The broken jars, glass edges to cut my bonds. Purposefully, I edged my chair closer to the table and, if I could get a piece of that glass in my hands. As I moved, I strained my ears once more to make sure that any noise made by the chair would be inaudible to Rigetti, waiting outside. There was no sound from the chair as I reached the table, and I sighed with relief as I maneuvered my pinioned hands until they grasped a piece of glass firmly. Then I began to rub it against the edge of the rope which bound them. It was slow work. Minutes ticked away into hours, and still no sound from outside, save a muffled series of snores. Rigetti had fallen asleep over his cards. Good. Now if I could get my wrists free and work on my feet, I would be able to make it. My right hand was loose at last, though my wrist was damp with mingled sweat and blood. Cutting away from behind was not a precise, calculated sort of job. Quickly I finished the work on my left, then rubbed my swollen fingers and bent over to saw at the ropes on my legs. Then I heard the sound. It was the grating of rusty hinges. Anyone who has lived in archaic houses all his life learns to recognize the peculiar, eerie clang. Rusty hinges grating from the cellar beyond, from an iron door? A scuffling sound among the coal. The iron door is concealed by the coal pile. Filippo only stayed down here one night. All they found was his leg. Jonathan Dark, babbling on his deathbed. The door locked from the other side. Tunnels to the graveyard. What lurks in graveyards, ancient and unseen, then creeps from crypts to feast? A scream rose in my throat, but I choked it back. Rigetti still snored. Whatever was going on in the outer room, I must not wake him and lose my only chance of escape. Instead, I had best hasten and free my legs. I worked feverishly, but my ears were alert for developments. They came. The noise in the coal pile abruptly ceased, and I went limp with relief. Perhaps rats were at work. A moment later, I would have given anything to have heard the coal rattling again, if only to drown out the new noise. There was something creeping across the cellar floor, something crawling, as if on hands and knees, something with long nails or claws that rasped and scraped. There was something croaking and chuckling as it moved through the cellar dark, something that wheezed with bestial, sickening laughter, like the death rattle in the throat of a plague-stricken corpse. Oh, how slyly it crept, how slowly, cautiously, and sinisterly. I could hear it slinking in the shadows. My fingers raced at their work, even while my brain grew numb. Traffic between tomb and a wizard's house, traffic with things the old wives say can never die. Rigetti snored on. What bides below in caverns that can be invoked by the proper spell or the sight of prey? Creep. And then Rigetti awoke. I heard him scream once. He didn't even have time to get up or draw his gun. There was a demoniac scurrying across the floor, as if made by a giant rat. Then the faint sound of shredding flesh, and over all a sudden ghoulish baying that conjured up worlds of nightmare horror in my shattered brain. Above the howling came a series of low, almost animal moans, and agonized phrases in Italian, cries for mercy, prayers, curses. Claws make no sound as they sink into flesh, and yellow fangs are silent till they grate on bone. My left leg was free, then my right. Now I slashed at the rope around my waist. Suppose it came in here? The baying ceased, but the silence was haggard with horror. There are some banquets without toasts. And now, once again, moans. My spine shivered. All around me the shadows grinned, for outside was revelry as in the olden days. Revelry, and a thing that moaned and moaned and moaned. Then I was loose. As the moaning died away in the darkness, I cut the final strands of rope that bound me to my chair. I did not leave at once, for there were still sounds in the other room which I did not like, sounds which caused my soul to shrivel and my sanity to succumb before a nameless dread. I heard that pawing and padding rustle along the floor, and after the shrieking had ceased, a worse noise took its place, a burbling noise, as if someone or something was sucking marrow from a bone. And the terrible clicking sound, the feeding sound of gigantic teeth. Yes, I waited waited until the crunching had mercifully ceased, and then waited on until the rustling slithered back into the cellar and disappeared. When I heard the brazen clang of a rusty door grate in the distance, I felt safe. It was then that I left at last, passing through the now deserted cellar, up the stairs, and out unguarded doors into the silver security of a moonlit night. It was very good to see the streetlights again, and hear the trolleys rumble from afar. My taxi took me to the precinct station, and after I'd told my story, the police did the rest. I told my story, but I did not mention the iron door against the hillside. That I saved for the ears of the government men. Now they can do what they like about it, since I am far away. But I did not want anybody prying around too closely to that door while I remained in the city, because even now I cannot, dare not, say what might lurk behind it. The hillside leads to the graveyard, and the graveyard to places far beneath, and in olden days there was a curious traffic betwixt tomb and tunnel and a wizard's house, traffic not confined to men alone. I'm pretty positive about all this, too, not alone from the disappearance of the Filippo gang, or the wildly whispered tales of the foreign men, not alone from these, but from a much more concrete and ghastly proof. It is a proof I don't care to speak about even today, a proof that the police know, but which is fortunately deleted from newspaper accounts of the tragedy. What men will find behind that iron door I will not venture to say, but I think I know why only Filippo's leg was found before. I did not look at the iron door before I left the house, but I did see something else in the cellar as I passed through to the stairs. That is why I ran frantically up the steps. That is why I went to the government, and that is why I never want to go back to witch-haunted, age-accursed Arkham. I found proof. Because when I went out, I saw Joe Righetti sitting in his chair by the table in the cellar. The lamp was on, and I am quite sure I saw no footprints. I'm glad of that. But I did see Joe Righetti sitting in his chair, and then I knew the meaning of the screams and the crunching and the padding sound. Joe Righetti, sitting in his chair in the cellar lamplight, with his naked body chewed entirely to ribbons by gigantic and unhuman teeth. The Secret in the Tomb by Robert Bloch. The wind howled strangely over a midnight tomb. The moon hung like a golden bat over ancient graves, glaring through the wan mist with its baleful, nyctalopic eye. Terrors not of the flesh might lurk among cedar-shrouded sepulchres or creep unseen amid shadowed cenotaphs, for this was unhallowed ground. But tombs hold strange secrets, and there are mysteries blacker than the night, and more leprous than the moon. It was in search of such a secret that I came, alone and unseen, to my ancestral vault at midnight. My people had been sorcerers and wizards in the olden days, solely apart from the resting place of other men, here in this mouldering mausoleum in a forgotten spot, surrounded only by the graves of those who had been their servants. But not all the servants lay here, for there are those who do not die. On through the mist I pressed, to where the crumbling sepulchre loomed among the brooding trees. The wind rose to torrential violence as I trod the obscure pathway to the vaulted entrance, extinguishing my lantern with malefic fury. Only the moon remained to light my way, in a luminance unholy. And thus I reached the nitrous, fungus-bearded portals of the family vault. Here the moon shone upon a door that was not like other doors, a single massive slab of iron, embedded in monumental walls of granite. Upon its outer surface was neither handle, lock, nor keyhole, but the whole was covered with carvings portentous of a leering evil, cryptic symbols whose allegorical significance filled my soul with a deeper loathing than mere words can impart. There are things that are not good to look upon, and I did not care to dwell too much in thought on the possible genesis of a mind whose knowledge could create such horrors in concrete form. So, in blind and trembling haste, I chanted the obscure litany and performed the necessary obeisances demanded in the ritual I'd learned, and at their conclusion, the Cyclopean portal swung open. Within was darkness, deep, funereal, ancient, yet somehow uncannily alive. It held a pulsing adumbration, a suggestion of muted yet purposeful rhythm, and overshadowing all an air of black, impinging revelation. The simultaneous effect upon my consciousness was one of those reactions misnamed intuitions. I sensed that shadows know queer secrets, and there are some skulls that have reason to grin. Yet I must go on into the tomb of my forebears. Tonight the last of all our line would meet the first, for I was the last. Jeremy Strange had been the first, he who fled from the Orient to seek refuge in centuried Eldertown, bringing with him the loot of many tombs and a secret forever nameless. It was he who had built his sepulchre in the twilight woods where the witch-lights gleam, and here he had interred his own remains, shunned in death as he had been in life. But buried with him was a secret, and it was this that I had come to seek. Nor was I the first in so seeking, for my father and his father before me, indeed, the eldest of each generation back to the days of Jeremy Strange himself, had likewise sought that which was so maddeningly described in the wizard's diary, the secret of eternal life after death. The musty yellowed tome had been handed down to the elder son of each successive generation, and likewise, so it seemed, the dread atavistic craving for black and accursed knowledge, the thirst for which, coupled with the damnably explicit hints set forth in the warlock's record, had sent every one of my paternal ancestors so bequeathed to a final rendezvous in the night to seek their heritage within the tomb. What they found, none could say, for none had ever returned. It was, of course, a family secret. The tomb was never mentioned. It had indeed been virtually forgotten with the passage of years that had likewise eradicated many of the old legends and fantastic accusations about the first Strange that had once been common property in the village. The family, too, had been mercifully spared all knowledge of the curse-ridden end to which so many of its men had come. Their secret delvings into black arts, the hidden library of antique lore and demonological formulae brought by Jeremy from the East, the diary and its secret, all were undreamt of save by the eldest sons. The rest of the line prospered. There had been sea captains, soldiers, merchants, statesmen. Fortunes were won. Many departed from the old mansion on the Cape, so that in my father's time he had lived there alone with the servants and myself. My mother died at my birth, and it was a lonely youth I spent in the great brown house, with a father half crazed by the tragedy of my mother's end and shadowed by the monstrous secret of our line. It was he who initiated me into the mysteries and arcana to be found amid the shadowy speculations of such blasphemies as the Necronomicon, the Book of Ibon, the Kabbalah of Sabbath, and that pinnacle of literary madness, Ludwig Prin's Mysteries of the Worm. There were grim treatises on anthropomancy, necrology, lycanthropical and vampiristic spells and charms, witchcraft, and long, rambling screeds in Arabic, Sanskrit, and prehistoric ideography, on which lay the dust of centuries. All these he gave me, and more. There were times when he would whisper strange stories about voyages he had taken in his youth, of islands in the sea, and queer survivals spawning dreams beneath Arctic ice. And one night he told me of the legend and the tomb in the forest, and together we turned the worm-riddled pages of the iron-bound diary that was hidden in the panel above the chimney corner. I was very young, but not too young to know certain things, and as I swore to keep the secret, as so many had sworn before me, I had a queer feeling that the time had come for Jeremy to claim his own. For in my father's sombre eyes was the same light of dreadful thirst for the unknown, curiosity, and an inward urge that had glowed in the eyes of all the others before him, previous to the time they had announced their intention of going on a trip or joining up or attending to a business matter. Most of them had waited till their children were grown, or their wives had passed on, but whenever they had left, and whatever their excuse, they had never returned. 2 days later, my father disappeared, after leaving word with the servants that he was spending the week in Boston. Before the month was out, there was the usual investigation and the usual failure. A will was discovered among my father's papers, leaving me as sole heir, but the books and the diary were secure in the secret rooms and panels known now to me alone. Life went on. I did the usual things in the usual way, attended university, travelled, and returned at last to the house on the hill, alone. But with me I carried a mighty determination. I alone could thwart that curse. I alone could grasp the secret that had cost the lives of 7 generations, and I alone must do so. The world had naught to offer one who had spent his youth in the study of the mocking truths that lie beyond the outward beauties of a purposeless existence, and I was not afraid. I dismissed the servants, ceased communication with distant relatives and a few close friends, and spent my days in the hidden chambers amid the elder lore, seeking a solution or a spell of such potency as would serve to dispel forever the mystery of the tomb. 100 times I read and reread that hoary script, the diary whose fiend-penned promise had driven men to doom. I searched amid the satanic spells and cabalistic incantations of 1,000 forgotten necromancers, delved into pages of impassioned prophecy, burrowed into secret legendary lore whose written thoughts writhe through me like serpents from the pit. It was all in vain. All I could learn was the ceremony by which access could be obtained to the tomb in the wood. 3 months of study had worn me to a wraith, and filled my brain with the diabolic shadows of charnel-spawned knowledge. But that was all. And then, as if in mockery of madness, there had come the call, this very night. I had been seated in the study, pondering upon a maggot-eaten volume of Hierarchus's Occultus, when, without warning, I felt a tremendous urge keening through my weary brain. It beckoned and allured with unutterable promise, like the mating cry of the Lamia of old, yet at the same time it held an inexorable power, whose potency could not be defied or denied. The inevitable was at hand. I had been summoned to the tomb. I must follow the beguiling voice of inner consciousness that was the invitation and the promise, that sounded my soul like the ultra-rhythmic piping of transcosmic music. So I had come, alone and weaponless, to the lonely woods, and to that wherein I would meet my destiny. The moon rose redly over the manor as I left, but I did not look back. I saw its reflection in the waters of the brook that crept between the trees, and in its light the water was as blood. Then the fog rose silently from the swamp, and a yellow ghost light rode the sky, beckoning me on from behind the black and bloated trees, whose branches, swept by a dismal wind, pointed silently toward the distant tomb. Roots and creepers impeded my feet, vines and brambles restrained my body, but in my ears thundered a chorus of urgency that cannot be described, and which could not be delayed by nature or by man. Now, as I hesitated upon the doorstep, a million idiot voices gibbered an invitation to enter that mortal mind could not withstand. Through my brain resounded the horror of my heritage, the insatiable craving to know the forbidden, to mingle and become one with it. A paean of hell-born music crescendoed in my ears, and earth was blotted out in a mad urge that engulfed all being. I paused no longer upon the threshold. I went in where the smell of death filled the darkness that was like the sun over Yuggoth. The door closed, and then came what? I do not know. I only realized that suddenly I could see and feel and hear, despite darkness and dankness and silence. I was in the tomb. Its monumental walls and lofty ceiling were black and bare, lichened by the passage of centuries. In the center of the mausoleum stood a single slab of black marble. Upon it rested a gilded coffin, set with strange symbols and covered by the dust of ages. I knew instinctively what it must contain, and the knowledge did not serve to put me at my ease. I glanced at the floor, then wished I hadn't. Upon the debris-strewn base beneath the slab lay a ghastly, disarticulated group of mortuary remains, half-fleshed cadavers and desiccated skeletons. When I thought of my father and the others, I was possessed of a sickening dismay. They too had sought, and they had failed, and now I had come, alone, to find that which had brought them to an end unholy and unknown. The secret in the tomb. Mad eagerness filled my soul. I too would know. I must. As in a dream, I swayed to the gilded coffin. A moment I tottered above it. Then, with a strength born of delirium, I tore away the panelling and lifted the gilded lid, and then I knew it was no dream, for dreams cannot approach the ultimate horror that was the creature lying within the coffin. That creature with eyes like a midnight demon's, and a face of loathsome delirium that was like the death mask of a devil. It was smiling, too, as it lay there, and my soul shrieked in the tortured realization that it was alive. Then I knew it all, the secret and the penalty paid by those who sought it, and I was ready for death. But horrors had not ceased. For even as I gazed, it spoke in a voice like the hissing of a black slug. And there within the nighted gloom it whispered the secret, staring at me with ageless, deathless eyes, so that I should not go mad before I heard the whole of it. All was revealed, the secret crypts of blackest nightmare, where the tomb spawn dwell, and of a price whereby a man may become one with ghouls, living after death as a devourer, in darkness. Such a thing had it become, and from this shunned, accursed tomb had sent the call to the descending generations that when they came, there might be a ghastly feast whereby it might continue a dread, eternal life. I, it breathed, would be the next to die, and in my heart I knew that it was so. I could not avert my eyes from its accursed gaze, nor free my soul from its hypnotic bondage. The thing on the bier cackled with unholy laughter. My blood froze, for I saw two long, lean arms, like the rotted limbs of a corpse, steal slowly toward my fear-constricted throat. The monster sat up, and even in the clutches of my horror, I realized that there was a dim and awful resemblance between the creature in the coffin and a certain ancient portrait back in the hall. But this was a transfigured reality. Jeremy the man become Jeremy the ghoul, and I knew that it would do no good to resist. Two claws, cold as flames of icy hell, fastened around my throat, two eyes bored like maggots through my frenzied being. A laughter born of madness alone cachinnated in my ears like the thunder of doom. The bony fingers tore at my eyes and nostrils, held me helpless, while yellow fangs champed nearer and nearer to my throat. The world spun, wrapped in a mist of fiery death. Suddenly the spell broke. I wrenched my eyes away from that slavering evil face, and instantly, like a cataclysmic flash of light, came realization. This creature's power was purely mental. By that alone were my ill-fated kinsmen drawn here, and by that alone were they overcome. But once one were free from the strength of the monster's awful eyes, good God, was I going to be the victim of a crumbled mummy? My right arm swung up, striking the horror between the eyes. There was a sickening crunch. Then dead flesh yielded before my hand, as I seized the now faceless lich in my arms and cast it into fragments upon the bone-covered floor. Streaming with perspiration, and mumbling in hysteria and terrible revulsion, I saw the mouldy fragments move even in a second death. A severed hand crawled across the flagging. Upon musty, shredded fingers, a leg began to roll with the animation of grotesque, unholy life. With a shriek, I cast a lighted match upon that loathsome corpse, and I was still shrieking as I clawed open the portals and rushed out of the tomb and into the world of sanity, leaving behind me a smouldering fire from whose charred heart a terrible voice still faintly moaned its tortured requiem to that which had once been Jeremy Strange. The tomb is raised now, and with it the forest graves and all the hidden chambers and manuscripts that serve as a reminder of ghoul-ridden memories that can never be forgot. For earth hides a madness and dreams a hideous reality, and monstrous things abide in the shadows of death, lurking and waiting to seize the souls of those who meddle with forbidden things. Murder in the Grave by Edmond Hamilton. Walters lay in his coffin 10 feet under Earth's surface and looked up through the square air tube at a patch of blue sky. There appeared at the tube's upper end the face of Charlie Rusper, his manager, looking down into the electric-lit coffin. Everything all right, Walters? Walters nodded. All okay. Does it look like much business this evening? Rasper's head bobbed. Yeah, looks as if the carnival will pull good crowds in this town, and we'll get our share of it. We've done better so far than any other outfit in the carnival. Why make it we? Walters demanded. I'm the living corpse, not you. I'm the one who has to stay planted down here a week at a time to let boobs gape down at me. But when Rasper's head was withdrawn above, Walters smiled. It was really a swell racket, he told himself. A swell racket, and an easy one. While the other carnival performers went through wearying routines night after night, all he had to do was lie down here in his comfortable, warm and roomy coffin for a week, and he had made more money than any of the others. He always felt like laughing at the ignorant saps who paid good money simply to goggle down the tube at the man buried alive. Well, as long as they wanted to do it, it was all right with him. He didn't mind taking it easy down here and getting good money for it. Another face appeared up at the top of the tube, that of Tessa Morden, the wife of Sam Morden, who ran a wheel concession. She smiled down the tube at him. It gave Walters a warm, satisfied feeling to see Tessa smiling like that at him. It made him want to go to Sam Morden and tell him things about Tessa and himself, just to see the man's colourless face twist and change. "Hello there, corpse," smiled Tessa down the tube. "I see you're buried again." "You didn't think I was such a corpse last night," Walters said meaningly. She laughed full-throatedly. "After a week down there, no wonder you're a wildcat when you get out." Her tone changed suddenly. "Here comes Sam," she said. "The boob probably needs me over at the tent." In a moment, her face was replaced at the tube's top by the thin, grey face of Sam Morden. He blinked down the tube. "We have to open up our concession, Walters," he said. "The crowd is beginning to come in." "That's all right," said Walters equably. "Tessa was just kidding me a little." When Morden went away, Walters laughed to himself. What would the fool say if he knew, he wondered. He could imagine the hurt, incredulous look he would assume. The patch of blue sky at the top of the foot-square tube began to darken, and the evening rush of business began. The crowds drifting into the carnival were attracted by Rasper's stentorian barking. Walters could faintly hear Rasper's voice. "Buried alive, ladies and gentlemen. A human, living being buried 10 feet under the earth's surface. Lying down there day and night for a week with only a tube connecting him to the surface. How would you like to be buried 10 feet beneath?" One head after another appeared at the top of the tube, peering down into the lighted coffin where Walters lay looking up at them. Most of them had an expression of mingled curiosity and horror. Walters was used to that. He felt nothing but contempt for them. Saps, that's what they were. Just for a look at him, handing over the money that he spent freely when he was on the surface, on himself and Tessa. He lay there, now and then flexing his muscles to keep off stiffness, while the heads appeared and vanished above. The customers fell off toward 11 o'clock, and at midnight the carnival closed. Then Rasper let down a late supper for him through the tube. When he had eaten it and the dishes had been drawn back up, he and Rasper tested as usual the button in the coffin that rang an electric bell in Rasper's tent. It was in order, and the manager bade him good night. Walters turned out his light and lay in the coffin in darkness. He was drowsily content, looking up through the tube at a square patch of starry sky. He didn't know that he had drifted off to sleep until he was suddenly aroused by a sound above. He opened his eyes sleepily and saw against the bright stars at the top of the tube a man's head. The man was talking down the tube to him in a low, husky voice, and it was this that had aroused him. "Walters, do you hear me?" The man above was calling softly down. "Are you awake?" "Who's that?" Rasper? Walters demanded. What the devil do you want? It's not Rasper, said the soft voice. It's Morden, Walters. It's Sam Morden. Sam Morden? Walters felt quick irritation at being roused from his sleep by that fool. Why wake me up at this time of night? He demanded. Morden's laugh came softly down the tube. Can't you guess why, Walters? Haven't you the slightest idea? A little chill shot through Walters. Had Sam Morden discovered that he and Tessa... But no, of course he couldn't have. He made his voice angry as he answered up the tube. Will you tell me what you're talking about? I'm talking about what's been going on between you and Tessa. Morden's voice whispered down. You think I haven't known, Walters? You think I haven't seen the looks and smiles between you two? That I haven't known how the whole carnival is laughing at me? You're crazy if you think there's anything between Tessa and me, Walters said vehemently. Why, we're just good friends is all. Go and ask her and she'll tell you the same thing. No, she won't tell me so, Sam Morden said softly. She won't ever tell anyone anything, Walters, for she's dead. She's what? Do you mean to say that you... Walters, aghast, could not finish, but Morden did. That I killed her? Yes, I did, Walters, and I'm going to follow her myself. And so are you, Walters. That's why I came here before I went myself. You're going to die too tonight, but you're going to die differently from Tessa and me. Walters was pressing furiously on the button at his left side, the button of the bell beside Rasper's cot. It would bring Rasper on the run, and if the maniac above would hold off... The gentle voice came down the tube, as though the man was able to see down into the coffin's darkness and perceive what he was doing. If you're trying to ring your bell, you're wasting time. I cut the wire, Walters. That was the first thing I did. Walters was held dumb for a moment by the icy shock of that information. Then he gave utterance to a loud yell. Rasper! He yelled up the tube. Rasper, help! Morden's trying to murder me! The coffin's interior rang with the reverberations of his cry until his ears hurt. Rasper, do you hear me? Rasper can't hear you, chuckled softly the shadow above. Nobody can hear you but me, Walters. I wouldn't yell any more if I were you. I'd lie there as quiet as I could. What are you going to do? Walters stammered. Morden's voice was a caressing whisper. You're going to die, Walters, but you're not going to die quickly from a bullet like Tessa just did, or like I will when I finished here with you. That would be too easy on you. You're going to die in a way that's slower than that, a way that will give you a lot of time to think before you go. There was a rustle above, and Walters's straining eyes made out something coming slowly down the dark tube. It looked like a cloth bag being lowered by cords from the dark outline of it. It was lowered until it hung in the tube just a few inches above Walters's head and shoulders. He found himself breathing now with great difficulty, as though a strap had tightened across his breast. Morden's voice came down to him. Do you know what's in this bag I've let down to you, Walters? It's death. The death I've decreed for you. Walters, there's a living rattlesnake in this bag. One of the snakes belonging to Bath's snake charmer show. Yes, I stole it from Bath's tent tonight for just this purpose. In a second I'm going to pull the cord that will empty the bag and let the snake in there with you. Yes, in there in the coffin with you. If you lie very still, it may not strike you at first, but you can't lie still long, and when you move it'll strike. That's the death you're going to have, Walters. I'm going off to a clean, quick death myself, one I'm glad to meet. You'll envy me when you're in your death throes down here. And here comes that death now. As Morden spoke the last words, Walters heard the bag rustling in movement. Instantly there was a slight hissing sound, and a cold, scaly length flowed down across his chin and neck. Walters had been frozen into a petrifaction of horror by the revelation of Morden's purpose. That petrifaction held him as the snake's cold body glided across his neck and chest. He lay like a man frozen. In a moment, the heavy length of the snake had crossed his chest, and then for a brief time lay unmoving over his right arm, which was extended along his side. He could not have moved the slightest muscle of his body, even had he desired it. He lay there as motionless as a dead man, his staring eyes turned upward to the tube, as they had been just before the bag had been emptied upon him. He could see, as through a dark haze, the bag being drawn up again. For a moment longer, the dark head of Morden was visible against the stars up at the tube's top, apparently looking down. Then it vanished. Morden was gone. He was alone down here in the coffin with the snake. Walters, lying utterly rigid, tried to tell himself that this was all but a nightmare, that he would wake up and laugh in relief at this horrible dream. Of course it was only a nightmare. But even as he told himself that, he felt the snake's body moving again, gliding on across his right arm and settling between it and the coffin's side. The snake seemed moving in a circular manner now, in the space between his arm and the side. It apparently was coiling up, the rustling sounds it made magnified to thunder in Walters's bursting ears. In his nostrils was the musty, bitter scent of the reptile's body. He lay there, staring rigidly up the tube at the square of stars, striving to see some rational thought out of the mad race of horrors in his brain. The feel of the coiling body against his arm almost erased everything else in his brain but sheer terror. Yet one thing remained clear to him. He must not move. That was the first essential. That was life or death. The reptile had not yet been angered by his proximity, probably because it was accustomed to being handled by a human being in the snake charmer show. But if he moved in the darkness, the snake coiled against him would sense menace and strike. Walters lay with every muscle taut, just as when the snake first had been released in his coffin. His right arm, beside which the thing now was coiled, had been a little upraised, and despite its aching, he dared not lower it now. No matter what else he did, he must make no perceptible motions. What was he to do? He tried to concentrate calmly on the problem. He must keep cool, must not give way to the insensate horror that pounded at the portals of his brain. He must find some way of escape from this hideous death Morden had planned. He was not thinking of Morden now at all. Neither had he any thought of Tessa. Love, hate, all other emotions had given place to the fear that clawed his vitals. No person, no thing in the world had any reality to him now, nothing but the snake coiled up here beside him in the dark coffin. He could not lie motionless like this forever, Walters knew. Sooner or later he would have to make a movement. So he must find a way out of this terrible dilemma before he made such a movement, and the snake's fangs struck. Yet, what way out was there? What about the bell button? Morden had said he had cut the wire, and when he had pressed it, Rasper had not answered. But maybe Morden had lied about cutting it, Walters reasoned feverishly. Maybe Rasper had simply not heard it, or had been out of his tent. Or if the wire had been cut, perhaps someone had noticed and had repaired it. Surely the bell would ring now if he pressed the button. It would bring Rasper to the tube's top, and he would call softly up the tube to Rasper and tell him of the snake. They would find a way to get him out of here and kill the snake once they knew. Rasper would find a way. Walters's left hand was a few inches from the bell button. He moved it toward it. He meant the motion to be an infinitely slow one, but his overstrained nerves betrayed him, and his hand's first movement was a little jerk. At once, He stopped, cold with increased terror. The snake had moved a little in its coils at the jerk. He waited for minutes, unmoving. Then his hand crept slowly on. The few inches between it and the coffin's side seemed a vast distance now. At last, his fingers encountered the side, crept along it to the button. He could have sobbed with relief as he pressed in the button. He held the button in. Even now the bell must be ringing in Rusper's tent, and Rusper must be springing from his cot to answer it. Walters's brain calculated the distance between the tent and the tube. Now Rusper must have reached it, and he waited tautly for the call down the tube. It did not come. But perhaps Rusper had stopped to dress, Walters told himself with feverish hope. That would make him a few minutes later. He waited those few minutes, his left hand still on the button. But no head's dark outline broke the square of starlit sky above. It might be that Rusper had been delayed. No, he had not heard the bell. It had not rung. The truth hammered home into Walters's brain would not be denied. Morden had cut the wire as he had said, and the bell was dead. He had been merely deluding himself with hope sprung from desperation. There was no hope from the bell, and neither was there any hope of anyone hearing him if he shouted up the tube. One had to be directly at the tube's top to hear him, he knew. And if he did shout, the snake would surely be stirred to strike. Perhaps someone would happen to look down the tube. That hope flickered across Walters's tortured mind, and then faded, vanished. Who would come? No one ever came at night. Someone might think of him when the bodies of Tessa and Morden were found, but they'd not be found until morning. What was he to do then? What could he do, when the first movement he made would probably cause the reptile to strike then and there? It seemed to Walters that he had been lying motionless already for hours, with the snake's cold body coiled beside his arm. Time had become for him endless, immeasurable. The desperate thought came to him that he might reach out and kill the snake with his bare hands. It would bite him as he did so, of course, but a man did not die immediately from a rattlesnake's bite, he knew. If he could escape from the coffin soon enough after he was bitten and receive treatment, he would live. But no, it was impossible. Even though he killed the snake now, he would still be unable to attract the attention of anyone above. He would still have to lie in the coffin until morning, with the poison circulating in his body, and long before morning he would have died hideously. Yet neither could he lie motionless here with the snake until morning. He must do something, he knew. Beyond that necessity, his mind refused for the moment to function. His brain was so clouded by horror that he could not think consecutive thoughts. Then Walters had an idea. Suppose he got his left hand a little up the tube, rapped on its side. That would surely not arouse the snake, for most of the sound would go up the tube, and such rapping should be audible to anyone above who might chance to pass near the tube's mouth. He assured himself that it would. To his quivering brain, the problem was resolved suddenly into a single difficulty. If he could but rap on the tube's side, he would be heard and rescued. He began to move his left hand again, bringing it slowly up toward his face. He moved it without a sound, bending his elbow. There was no movement from the snake beside him, and Walters's hopes rose. The snake was sleeping, must be sleeping. He would win clear of this hell-trap yet. He got his hand to the tube's opening above his head. He had to bend his wrist to get his hand up the tube. It went up the tube but a few inches before the bend of his wrist stopped it. He tested and found that he could reach the tube's side with his clenched fingers. He waited a moment, then knocked softly on the side of the tube. To Walters, the sound seemed a series of deafening thunderclaps, breaking the coffin's silence. There was no answering sound from above, and he rapped again, more loudly. The snake's sharp, dry rattle filled the coffin's interior with the suddenness of lightning. Its coils had stiffened against Walters's arm, and he could almost see the upraised head with its gaping fangs, the stiff, erect tail vibrating. The snake sounded its rattle again. Walters remained frozen with his hand in the tube. The sound had paralyzed him in a sheer incapability of movement. He waited in an ecstasy of dread for the rattlesnake to strike. Then he felt a smooth, elongated mass slide down along the right side of his body on the coffin's floor. The snake, disturbed and alarmed by his rapping, was moving. Walters heard the dry sound of its gliding progress. He lay in darkness, unmoving as a corpse. The snake's weight came suddenly upon his right ankle. It slid smoothly over the ankle, the coldness of its body perceptible through his thin sock. A moment later, he felt its weight on his left leg also, below the knee. For a moment, the snake's movement stopped. It felt like a heavy rope lying across his legs. Then the thing's weight twisted up his left leg and thigh, toward his waist, toward his head. He lay in the same petrified position, his right arm against his body, his left one doubled up with its hand a few inches inside the tube opening above him. He felt the snake glide up past his waist, onto his left breast, over his light shirt. It halted there a moment, then began a circular movement. The snake was coiling up on his left breast, Walters knew. Either its alarm had now been dissipated, or it liked the greater warmth there. It completed its coiling and lay unmoving. Walters had not expelled or inhaled air into his lungs since the snake had sounded its rattle. His lungs seemed on fire now. He could go no longer without breathing. Slowly he exhaled, and as slowly breathed in fresh air, controlling his famished lungs by an infinite effort of will. The snake coiled upon his breast did not seem disturbed by the slow breathing. He could breathe at least, and he must do nothing else until morning. He must make no slightest movement, or the already disturbed snake would strike. His one chance of life was to lie frozen until morning. His life now depended directly upon his ability to stay immobile. He must not move. He must not move. It was surely possible for him to lie a few hours motionless when life itself was at stake. It could be no more than 4 or 5 hours until morning. He was sure that at least 2 hours had passed since the carnival had closed and Rasper had bade him good night. Maybe it had been more than that, maybe 3 hours, or even 4. He might have slept for some time before Morden had awakened him. Morning might be far nearer than he thought, Walters told himself. His dazed brain seemed unable to form clear ideas of time. It seemed to him that he had been lying here in the coffin with the snake for days, weeks, years. His skin was creeping, crawling slightly on his body. It was as though his body was independently aware of the thing that was coiled upon it and strove to shrink from it. His left arm ached and throbbed from its bent, raised position. What was the snake doing? Was it resting there on his breast in quiescent coils, or did it have its head erect in the darkness? If he could only see the thing, Walters thought. The horror of seeing it would be preferable to having it here in the coffin with him, on his breast, yet unable to see it. Did the thing have its head raised, swaying slightly to and fro, the filmy eyes staring through the darkness? Its head might even at this moment be moving toward his face, forked tongue darting in and out. He felt that he could see that hideous head, and that it was swaying toward his face. His left arm was twitching a little, a movement his brain could not control. And now Walter seemed to see through the darkness, the snake aware of that movement,
raising its tail, opening its mouth to bare the dreadful fangs. It was but his imagination, he told himself desperately. He must not lose his nerve now. Morning must be close at hand. But his arm continued to twitch a little, against his will, his hand vibrating slightly inside the tube. The coils upon his breast were moving, stirring. This was not imagination. The snake was again becoming alarmed. He must not move, must not move. But the arm continued to twitch, and as though in contagion, his left leg had begun to quiver also. He could not control them. His body was passing beyond his brain's control, was moving despite the snake's warning stirrings. In a moment, it would break completely from his brain's orders and would thrash wildly about. He knew it would. Even now it was stirring more and more strongly. He was lost. The snake's rattle was buzzing sharply and loudly in the dreadful warning. And then, with a hoarse scream, Walters's body arched convulsively in the coffin's darkness, and he clutched madly at the snake's body as he felt the sharp fangs in his throat. Rasper's face and those of the men about him were masks of horror as they looked down into the coffin they had hastily unearthed, at the twisted body and dead, distorted face of Walters. The lifeless length of the big rattlesnake was still clutched convulsively in his hands. God, what a way to die, Rasper whispered. Only a jealousy-mad maniac like Morden would have killed a man in a coffin with a snake. Barth, the snake charmer, shook his head as he stared down at the dead reptile. It wasn't this snake of mine killed him, he said. Rasper and the others stared. But he's dead, and there's the mark of the snake's fangs on his throat. Barth nodded. But that bite didn't kill him. It couldn't. Every one of the snakes I use has its poison sacs taken out before I'll work with it. Naturally, I keep that fact to myself. Morden didn't know it, neither did Walters. He died down in that coffin from pure terror alone.
The Thing in the Cellar by David H. Keller. It was a large cellar, entirely out of proportion to the house above it. The owner admitted that it was probably built for a distinctly different kind of structure from the one which rose above it. Probably the first house had been burned, and poverty had caused a diminution of the dwelling erected to take its place. A winding stone stairway connected the cellar with the kitchen. Around the base of this series of steps, successive owners of the house had placed their firewood, winter vegetables, and junk. The junk had gradually been pushed back till it rose, head high, in a barricade of uselessness. What was back of that barricade, no one knew and no one cared. For some hundreds of years no one had crossed it to penetrate to the black reaches of the cellar behind it. At the top of the steps, separating the kitchen from the cellar, was a stout oaken door. This door was, in a way, as peculiar and out of relation to the rest of the house as the cellar. It was a strange kind of door to find in a modern house, and certainly a most unusual door to find in the inside of the house. Thick, stoutly built, dexterously rabbited together, with huge wrought-iron hinges, and a lock that looked as though it came from Castle Despair. Separating a house from the outside world, such a door would be excusable. Swinging between kitchen and cellar, it seemed peculiarly inappropriate. From the earliest months of his life, Tommy Tucker seemed unhappy in the kitchen. In the front parlor, in the formal dining room, and especially on the second floor of the house, he acted like a normal, healthy child. But carry him to the kitchen, he at once began to cry. His parents, being plain people, ate in the kitchen save when they had company. Being poor, Mrs. Tucker did most of her work, though occasionally she had a charwoman in to do the extra Saturday cleaning, and thus much of her time was spent in the kitchen. And Tommy stayed with her, at least as long as he was unable to walk. Much of the time he was decidedly unhappy. When Tommy learned to creep, he lost no time in leaving the kitchen. No sooner was his mother's back turned than the little fellow crawled as fast as he could for the doorway opening into the front of the house, the dining room, and the front parlor. Once away from the kitchen, he seemed happy. At least he ceased to cry. On being returned to the kitchen, his howl so thoroughly convinced the neighbors that he had colic that more than one bowl of catnip and sage tea was brought to his assistance. It was not until the boy learned to talk that the Tuckers had any idea as to what made the boy cry so hard when he was in the kitchen. In other words, the baby had to suffer for many months till he obtained at least a little relief, and even when he told his parents what was the matter, they were absolutely unable to comprehend. This is not to be wondered at, because they were both hard-working, rather simple-minded persons. What they finally learned from their little son was this, that if the cellar door was shut and securely fastened with a heavy iron lock, Tommy could at least eat a meal in peace. If the door was simply closed and not locked, he shivered with fear, but kept quiet. But if the door was open, if even the slightest streak of black showed that it was not tightly shut, then the little 3-year-old would scream himself to the point of exhaustion, especially if his tired father would refuse him permission to leave the kitchen. Playing in the kitchen, the child developed 2 interesting habits. Rags, scraps of paper, and splinters of wood were continually being shoved under the thick oak door to fill the space between the door and the sill. Whenever Mrs. Tucker opened the door, there was always some trash there, placed by her son. It annoyed her, and more than once the little fellow was thrashed for this conduct. But punishment acted in no way as a deterrent. The other habit was as singular. Once the door was closed and locked, he would rather boldly walk over to it and caress the old lock. Even when he was so small that he had to stand on tiptoe to touch it with the tips of his fingers, he would touch it with slow, caressing strokes. Later on, as he grew, he used to kiss it. His father, who only saw the boy at the end of the day, decided that there was no sense in such conduct, and in his masculine way tried to break the lad of his foolishness. There was, of necessity, no effort on the part of the hard-working man to understand the psychology back of his son's conduct. All that the man knew was that his little son was acting in a way that was decidedly queer. Tommy loved his mother and was willing to do anything he could to help her in the household chores, but one thing he would not do, and never did do, and that was to fetch and carry between the house and the cellar. If his mother opened the door, he would run screaming from the room, and he never returned voluntarily till he was assured that the door was closed. He never explained just why he acted as he did. In fact, he refused to talk about it, at least to his parents, and that was just as well, because had he done so, they would simply have been more positive than ever that there was something wrong with their only child. They tried, in their own ways, to break the child of his unusual habits. Failing to change him at all, they decided to ignore his peculiarities. That is, they ignored them till he became 6 years old, and the time came for him to go to school. He was a sturdy little chap by that time, and more intelligent than the usual boys beginning in the primer class. Mr. Tucker was, at times, proud of him. The child's attitude toward the cellar door was the one thing most disturbing to the father's pride. Finally, nothing would do but that the Tucker family call on the neighborhood physician. It was an important event in the life of the Tuckers, so important that it demanded the wearing of Sunday clothes and all that sort of thing. "The matter is just this, Dr. Hawthorne," said Mr. Tucker in a somewhat embarrassed manner. "Our little Tommy is old enough to start to school, but he behaves childish in regard to our cellar, and the missus and I thought you could tell us how to do about it. It must be his nerves. Ever since he was a baby," continued Mrs. Tucker, taking up the thread of conversation where her husband had paused, "Tommy has had a great fear of the cellar. Even now, big boy that he is, he does not love me enough to fetch and carry for me through that door and down those steps. It is not natural for a child to act like he does, and what with chinking the cracks with rags and kissing the lock, he drives me to the point where I fear he may become daft-like as he grows older. The doctor, eager to satisfy new customers and dimly remembering some lectures on the nervous system received when he was a medical student, asked some general questions, listened to the boy's heart, examined his lungs, and looked at his eyes and fingernails. At last he commented, "Looks like a fine, healthy boy to me." "Yes, all except the cellar door," replied the father. "Has he ever been sick?" "Naught but fits once or twice when he cried himself blue in the face," answered the mother. "Frightened? Perhaps. It was always in the kitchen. Suppose you go out and let me talk to Tommy by myself." And there sat the doctor, very much at his ease, and the little 6-year-old boy very uneasy. "Tommy, what is there in the cellar you're afraid of?" "I don't know." "Have you ever seen it?" "No, sir." "Ever heard it? Smelt it?" "No, sir." "Then how do you know there is something there?" "Because." Because what?" "Because there is." That was as far as Tommy would go, and at last his seeming obstinacy annoyed the physician even as it had for several years annoyed Mr. Tucker. He went to the door and called the parents into the office. "He thinks there is something down in the cellar," he stated. The Tuckers simply looked at each other. "That's foolish," commented Mr. Tucker. "'Tis just a plain cellar with junk and firewood and cider barrels in it," added Mrs. Tucker. "Since we moved into that house, I have not missed a day without going down those stone steps, and I know there is nothing there. But the lad has always screamed when the door was open. I recall now that since he was a child in arms, he has always screamed when the door was open." "He thinks there is something there," said the doctor. "That is why we brought him to you," replied the father. "It's the child's nerves. Perhaps fatigue or something will calm him." "I tell you what to do," advised the doctor. "He thinks there is something there. Just as soon as he finds that he is wrong, and that there is nothing there, he will forget about it. He has been humoured too much. What you want to do is to open that cellar door and make him stay by himself in the kitchen. Nail the door open so he cannot close it. Leave him alone there for an hour, and then go and laugh at him, and show him how silly it was for him to be afraid of an empty cellar. I will give you some nerve and blood tonic, and that will help, but the big thing is to show him that there is nothing to be afraid of." On the way back to the Tucker home, Tommy broke away from his parents. They caught him after an exciting chase and kept him between them the rest of the way home. Once in the house, he disappeared and was found in the guest room under the bed. The afternoon being already spoiled for Mr. Tucker, he determined to keep the child under observation for the rest of the day. Tommy ate no supper, in spite of the urgings of the unhappy mother. The dishes were washed, the evening paper read, the evening pipe smoked, and then, and only then, did Mr. Tucker take down his toolbox and get out a hammer and some long nails. "And I am going to nail the door open, Tommy, so you cannot close it, as that was what the doctor said, Tommy. And you are to be a man and stay here in the kitchen alone for an hour, and we will leave the lamp a-burning, and then when you find there is naught to be afraid of, you will be well and a real man, and not something for a man to be ashamed of being the father of." But at the last Mrs. Tucker kissed Tommy, and cried and whispered to her husband not to do it, and to wait till the boy was larger. But nothing was to do except to nail the thick door open so it could not be shut, and leave the boy there alone with a lamp burning, and the dark open space of the doorway to look at, with eyes that grew as hot and burning as the flame of the lamp. That same day, Dr. Hawthorne took supper with a classmate of his, a man who specialized in psychiatry, and who was particularly interested in children. Hawthorne told Johnson about his newest case, the little Tucker boy, and asked him for his opinion. Johnson frowned. "Children are odd, Hawthorne. Perhaps they're like dogs. It may be their nervous system is more acute than in the adult. We know that our eyesight is limited, also our hearing and smell. I firmly believe that there are forms of life which exist in such a form that we can neither see, hear, nor smell them. Fondly, we delude ourselves into the fallacy of believing that they do not exist because we cannot prove their existence. This Tucker lad may have a nervous system that is particularly acute. He may dimly appreciate the existence of something in the cellar which is unappreciable to his parents. Evidently, there is some basis to this fear of his. Now, I'm not saying that there is anything in the cellar. In fact, I suppose that it is just an ordinary cellar, but this boy, since he was a baby, has thought that there was something there, and that is just as bad as though there actually were. What I would like to know is what makes him think so. Give me the address, and I will call tomorrow and have a talk with the little fellow. What do you think of my advice? Sorry, old man, but I think it was perfectly rotten. If I were you, I would stop around there on my way home and prevent them from following it. The little fellow may be badly frightened. You see, he evidently thinks there is something there. But there isn't. Perhaps not. No doubt he is wrong, but he thinks so. It all worried Dr. Hawthorne so much that he decided to take his friend's advice. It was a cold night, a foggy night, and the physician felt cold as he tramped along the London streets. At last, he came to the Tucker house. He remembered now that he had been there once before, long ago, when little Tommy Tucker came into the world. There was a light in the front window, and in no time at all Mr. Tucker came to the door. I have come to see Tommy, said the doctor. He is back in the kitchen, replied the father. He gave one cry, but since then he has been quiet, sobbed the wife. If I had let her have her way, she would have opened the door, but I said to her, Mother, now is the time to make a man out of our Tommy. And I guess he knows by now that there was naught to be afraid of. Well, the hour is up. Suppose we go and get him and put him to bed. It has been a hard time for the little child, whispered the wife. Carrying the candle, the man walked ahead of the woman and the doctor, and at last opened the kitchen door. The room was dark. Lamp has gone out, said the man. Wait till I light it. Tommy! Tommy! called Mrs. Tucker. But the doctor ran to where a white form was stretched on the floor. Sharply he called for more light. Trembling, he examined all that was left of little Tommy. Twitching, he looked into the open space, down into the cellar. At last he looked at Tucker and Tucker's wife. Tommy has been hurt. I guess he is dead, he stammered. The mother threw herself on the floor and picked up the torn, mutilated thing that had been, only a little while ago, her little Tommy. The man took his hammer and drew out the nails and closed the door and locked it, and then drove in a long spike to reinforce the lock. Then he took hold of the doctor's shoulders and shook him. What killed him, doctor? What killed him? He shouted into Hawthorne's ear. The doctor looked at him bravely, in spite of the fear in his throat. How do I know, Tucker? He replied. How do I know? Didn't you tell me that there was nothing there? Nothing down there? In the cellar?
It Walks by Night by Henry Kuttner. Johann leaned heavily against a tall obelisk of discoloured marble, his fever-weakened body trembling with exhaustion. The graveyard was a dim, black sea, with pale slabs and monoliths standing in irregular ranks all about him. He fumbled with the slide of his lantern, and a white beam sprang out vividly, etching the man's gaunt figure in sharp detail. Deep shadows lay in the hollows of his cheeks and beneath his dilated, smouldering eyes. His face had an angry flush, which betrayed the fever blazing in his brain. Fever that had burned away lifelong barriers of fear and driven him to this ancient burying ground where few would have ventured after sundown. For, as all men knew, a horror dwelt among these tombs, an ancient horror that had come down through the generations. There were tales of a thing that walked by night among the graves, so that sometimes when men came searching in broad daylight, they found new graves opened, coffins ruthlessly torn apart, and the bodies gone. Occasionally, one of the villagers would bury his kin in the cemetery at Crucian,
20 miles to the north. But this was seldom done, since the horror had dwelt in the graveyard longer than the oldest greybeard, and a kind of hopeless apathy hung, like a sombre pall, over the village. Moreover, there was a tale that, long ago, in the year of the Great Plague, when all bodies were burned for fear of spreading the pestilence, something had come forth from among the tombs and had burst nightly into the houses on the outskirts of the village. A dozen people had vanished without a trace, and at last, in desperation, the plague-infected corpses had been interred in the old burying ground. Thereafter the village slept in peace, although now and then a lone traveller or itinerant peddler would disappear, never to be seen again. Still, as the older men whispered among themselves, it was lucky that worse things did not befall. But now Johann was driven by a fierce urge that made him disregard the ancient menace that lurked among the tombs. He had come for his wife. Elsa, his bride for scarcely a year, had been buried while Johann lay delirious, raving with the same fever that had proved fatal to his wife. Believing him asleep, his cousin's wife had talked too freely, and Johann had learned that Elsa had been interred in the devil-haunted graveyard beyond the outskirts of the village. His beloved Elsa, daughter of the ancient Orber clan, that could trace their fathers back through Torn and Taxis, the prey of the ghoul. Horror had lent Johann strength to leave his bed and slip unnoticed from his cousin's house, pausing only to snatch his pistol and a lantern. Now he drew the weapon from his shirt as footsteps sounded suddenly nearby. A man came into view in the starlight, gingerly picking his way among the graves. As Johann recognized Karl, his cousin, he thrust the pistol back into his shirt and let the light from his lantern flare out. The newcomer gave a startled cry, quickly muffled. Karl stepped into the one splotch of light, relief plain in his pale face. "Johann, I thought, what are you doing here? You can't help Elsa now." Johann looked away abruptly, his mouth working. Karl put a hand on his cousin's shoulder, but Johann shook it off impatiently. "It's your fault, Karl," he accused, his eyes dark with anger. "You let them bury Elsa here, in this devil-ridden place." Karl made a placating gesture. "What could I do? I told them you would not—" "I know." The resentment was gone from Johann's voice. It was very bitter now. "Our heads have been bowed beneath the yoke for a long time. Too long, Karl. Elsa shall not. She has been buried a week now. You have no shovel." It was true. Johann had had no time to procure one during his flight. He said slowly, "I can guard her grave, at any rate. You can go back to the village and get shovels." Karl was silent. After a moment, Johann laughed mirthlessly. "Bring the shovels tomorrow, then," he jeered. "You won't be afraid to come here in daylight." Stung, Karl responded, "It's not daylight now. Come home, Johann. We can get Elsa tomorrow. One more night won't... It's dangerous, Johann. They say it's been walking again." Johann shrugged with a nonchalance he did not feel. He was shivering in the chill wind that blew over the neglected graves. His fears, forgotten in his delirium, were slowly creeping back to torment him, but he pushed them resolutely aside. "I'm not afraid," he growled, and moved forward among the graves, his lantern sending out a beam of yellow light that rested on lichen-stained stone and the worm-eaten and weathered surface of wooden slabs and crosses. Once he tripped over a fallen tombstone, half buried in the ground, and would have fallen had not Karl caught him. Karl began a frantic protest, which his cousin did not hear. Johann was staring intently into the gloom. He took a few hasty steps,
and at his feet loomed the black gulf of an open grave. He sent the beam of the lantern darting down into it, and saw that the coffin lid was broken and shattered, and that the sarcophagus itself was empty. Even before the light searched out the inscription upon the wooden slab at the head of the violated grave, he knew what would be painted there. Beside him, Carl caught his breath in a gasp of fear, but Johann merely stood silent, swaying a little, the dank wind blowing coldly across his wet face, and his thoughts were a chaotic swirl in which horror and grief and anger were mingled. Out of his poignant grief and his horror, fierce anger racked his feverish brain with surges of red rage that shook him with their intensity. Under his shirt he felt the bulk of the pistol, and he gripped it fiercely. Elsa, her slim white body the prey of the ghoul. Suddenly, all Johann's fear was forgotten in his blinding, overwhelming anger. Carl was tugging at his arm. He turned to meet his cousin's frightened gaze. "Johann, what are you waiting for? We can't stay here. It has walked again." "No!" Johann barked out the word fiercely, his eyes blazing. "Elsa! It's too late, Johann. Elsa is gone." "Is it too late for vengeance?" Johann asked quietly, and at his words Carl shrank back, stark amazement in his face. "Vengeance?" He whispered the word fearfully, and a shudder racked him. He shot an apprehensive glance into the dimness about them. Then he said, still whispering, "You are mad, Johann." Deliberately, Johann drew out his pistol. "Very well, I am mad. But, Carl, if it were your wife—" He broke off, his lips twitching, and when he resumed, his voice was chill with inflexible purpose. "Listen to me, Carl. I'm going to make someone, God, man, or devil, suffer for this crime." He glanced at the black gulf of the violated grave. "So go home, Carl. You can't help me now." Carl opened his mouth, but the words died in his throat. His eyes flashed past Johann's shoulder, and into them sprang a look of panic fear. With a strangled scream, he spun about and went racing off, his footsteps disquietingly loud in the chill, empty silence. Johann turned quickly. At first, he saw nothing in the dim starlight. Then, far away, he saw a faint movement among the tombs. There was a flicker of motion in the distance, where an ancient mausoleum stood all alone on the side of a little hillock. He waited, scarcely breathing for a time, but there was no further movement at the distant tomb. Carl's footsteps had died away, and there was not a sound to be heard. Johann fingered the pistol irresolutely. Then he thrust it back in his shirt and hurriedly made his way among the graves to where the mausoleum stood on the knoll, pale and ominous in the starlight. The tomb was incredibly ancient and weathered, overgrown with a thick coating of lichen that draped it like grey spider-webs. There was an inscription above the door, but save for the single word, Maranatha, it was illegible. Johann did not pause to examine it after he saw that the great stone portal was open. With cold rage surging within him, he stepped over the threshold and sent the light darting about the tomb. It was empty. Bare, granite walls met his gaze, but there was a door of rusted metal set in the further wall, and this was ajar. Johann squeezed through the gap and held the lantern high. He was in an empty passage, paved with great stone slabs sloping down into the side of the little hill. A faint, whispering sound, like the slithering of water over jagged rocks, was audible, and Johann cautiously advanced. The passage turned and twisted in the rock, but it continued to descend steeply,
and twice Johann passed the black mouths of side tunnels. Now the faint whispering was louder. He recognized the sound of voices, but there was a curious squeaking and snarling that puzzled him, a sound such as might originate in a nest of rats. The cold tide of sanity was slowly rising in Johann's brain, and misgivings were beginning to assail him. But the thought of Elsa's looted grave enabled him to force them out of his mind. He replaced the slide on the lantern and moved forward in utter darkness, feeling his way and straining to distinguish an intelligible word from the babble of chatterings and whisperings that he heard. Slowly he advanced, sliding his hand along the wall, and suddenly a voice sounded distinct and clear above the sly mutterings. It was harsh and grating, possessing a curious quality of depth, as though it came from far underground, and it said distinctly, "Has been gone long." A wave of fear came rushing up to overwhelm Johann, and he clung desperately to the thought of Elsa and his vengeance. Fighting back his horror, he edged forward, and as though at a signal, a sudden silence fell. Johann caught a whisper. "We'll be back to bring us food." Behind him, there was a rustling, swiftly growing louder. In the blackness, nothing was visible, but Johann flung himself flat against the wall. The rustling swept past him, and for a moment an overpowering stench filled his nostrils. He was conscious that something had passed close to him, something he could not see for the darkness, although he felt sick and giddy with its passing. He leaned against the wall, grateful for its support, and the whisperings and shrillings broke out afresh, this time with an eerie note of disappointment. A new voice spoke, a quiet, emotionless voice with a dreadful feline purr in it. "No food could I find, my ancestors. No food or drink. Must we go hungry?" Another voice whined, and a plaintive series of cries burst from the grim darkness that pulsed with unseen, horrific life. "You must feed us! It is your duty." "We are unable," a deeper voice spoke. "You must fulfill your trust. Each of us fed our ancestors who could not feed themselves, and it is your duty to find us food. When in time you too become like us, unable to go forth to search out the new graves, you will expect the next heir to fulfill his duty." "I found food for you 2 nights ago," the other voice purred, and Johann caught his breath and shuddered in the shielding darkness. "It is your trust and your privilege," the deep voice cut in, brittle and harsh. "This is the curse and the blessing of our blood, that knows no other life after death." "But there are so many," cried the other, and a stifled gasp of fear came from Johann's stiff lips. A taut silence fell, and the man turned to ice. Past him went a soft rustling, almost brushing his numb body, swiftly dying away. Then there was no sound, only the charnel darkness that pressed silently upon him, and behind him he heard a heavy thud. Stung into life, Johann spun about, and in an agony of fear went racing back through the twisted corridor, back to the open air and the clean starlight. He felt a heavy blow on his chest and staggered back, almost falling, the lantern slipping from his grasp and thudding to the ground. As he tottered there in the blackness, he heard the abominable rustling go past him again and fade into silence. Gasping, uttering little moans, he fell on his hands and knees and groped frantically for the lantern. For a moment it eluded his clutching fingers, and Johann felt the skin of his back crawling with the expectation of an attack. Then, with a sob of relief, he found the lantern and snatched off the slide, praying
that it had not gone out. It had not. A yellow beam of light pitilessly illuminated the thing that had halted Johann's flight, the great door in the tomb, the door by which he had entered this Cimmerian cave of night and horror. But now it was no longer ajar. He realized what had happened. The rustling that had passed him, the heavy thud. The creature, Johann dared not give it a name, had slipped past him and closed the door to prevent his escape. Breathing heavily, Johann put down the lantern and examined the door. There were no handles or knobs. It was a bare, rivet-studded plate of rusty metal. He braced his shoulder against it and strained until his head swam, but he could not move the door. Again, swift anger mounted within him, and the thought of Elsa supplied the spark to the tinderbox of his fury. With rage and fear battling within him, he drew out his pistol, examined it to see if the moisture of the vault had damped the charge, and slowly began to retrace his steps. He paused occasionally to flash the light behind him, but nothing lurked at his heels, nothing but the black tunnel mouths that seemed to watch him ominously. And presently he saw that he was on the threshold of an archway that led into silent, unstirring darkness. Twice Johann went forward, and twice he retreated in fear. At last he raised the pistol and stepped over the threshold, swiftly flashing the light about the great vault in which he stood. For a moment he thought he was confronting an array of mummies, withered and dry. They were lying against the walls in grotesque postures, a dozen brown, wrinkled bodies, some of them merely skeletons with wrinkled dark skin stretched over their bones. The floor was buried beneath a carpet of bones, ranging in color from crumbled black to shining white bones on which the marks of gnawing were dreadfully evident. At Johann's feet a skull grinned up at him in a grim mockery of mirth. As the light gleamed through the tomb, a frightful rustling and a stir went over the withered bodies. There was a monstrous shifting and squirming, and Johann saw moving what should never move, what should always lie silent and still and dead under the coffin lid. The things crawled about like maggots, blindly creeping away from the light, and Johann still stood there, the lantern in one hand and his pistol in the other, without moving a muscle or turning his eyes from the charnel horror before him. The light gleamed on cold, shiny eyes staring at him speculatively. Behind him came the rustling, and Johann swung about, his light stabbing out through the blackness. Far down the passage, a vague figure was moving toward him, slowly, implacably. Behind him came an outburst of abominable squeakings and whistlings. Johann jerked up his pistol, the thought of Elsa steadying his hand. He would wait until the thing was almost upon him, and then... But his fear betrayed him. The crash of the explosion sent sharp echoes rolling through the vault. The dreadful form did not pause. It glided onward, silently, save for the faint rustling of garments, and Johann took a step back. Something clutched at his ankle, and in a frenzy of fear he kicked free. For a second he had turned his back on the half-seen figure that was inexorably drawing nearer, and when he swung about, it was almost upon him. There was no time to reload the pistol. Johann flung up his arm as though the lantern had been a weapon. Two things happened almost simultaneously. A purring, gloating voice came from the dim form, and it said triumphantly, "We shall not go hungry." And the light revealed the face of the approaching horror, and Johann dropped the lantern and began to scream over and over, "Elsa! Elsa!"
The Graveyard Rats by Henry Kuttner. Old Masson, the caretaker of one of Salem's oldest and most neglected cemeteries, had a feud with the rats. Generations ago, they had come up from the wharves and settled in the graveyard, a colony of abnormally large rats, and when Masson had taken charge after the inexplicable disappearance of the former caretaker, he decided that they must go. At first he set traps for them, and put poisoned food by their burrows, and later he tried to shoot them, but it did no good. The rats stayed, multiplying and overrunning the graveyard with their ravenous hordes. They were large, even for the Mus decumanus, which sometimes measures 15 inches in length, exclusive of the naked pink and grey tail. Masson had caught glimpses of some as large as good-sized cats, and when, once or twice, the gravediggers had uncovered their burrows, the malodorous tunnels were large enough to enable a man to crawl into them on his hands and knees. The ships that had come generations ago from distant ports to the rotting Salem wharves had brought strange cargoes. Masson wondered sometimes at the extraordinary size of these burrows. He recalled certain vaguely disturbing legends he had heard since coming to ancient, witch-haunted Salem, tales of a moribund, inhuman life that was said to exist in forgotten burrows in the earth. The old days when Cotton Mather had hunted down the evil cults that worshipped Hecate and the dark Magna Mater in frightful orgies had passed, but dark, gabled houses still leaned perilously toward each other over narrow cobbled streets, and blasphemous secrets and mysteries were said to be hidden in subterranean cellars and caverns, where forgotten pagan rites were still celebrated in defiance of law and sanity. Wagging their grey heads wisely, the elders declared that there were worse things than rats and maggots crawling in the unhallowed earth of the ancient Salem cemeteries. And then, too, there was this curious dread of the rats. Masson disliked and respected the ferocious little rodents, for he knew the danger that lurked in their flashing, needle-sharp fangs, but he could not understand the inexplicable horror which the oldsters held for deserted, rat-infested houses. He had heard vague rumors of ghoulish beings that dwelt far underground, and that had the power of commanding the rats, marshalling them like horrible armies. The rats, the old men whispered, were messengers between this world and the grim and ancient caverns far below Salem. Bodies had been stolen from graves for nocturnal subterranean feasts, they said. The myth of the Pied Piper is a fable that hides a blasphemous horror, and the black pits of Avernus have brought forth hell-spawned monstrosities that never venture into the light of day. Masson paid little attention to these tales. He did not fraternize with his neighbors, and, in fact, did all he could to hide the existence of the rats from intruders. Investigation, he realized, would undoubtedly mean the opening of many graves, and while some of the gnawed, empty coffins could be attributed to the activities of the rats, Masson might find it difficult to explain the mutilated bodies that lay in some of the coffins. The purest gold is used in filling teeth, and this gold is not removed when a man is buried. Clothing, of course, is another matter, for usually the undertaker provides a plain broadcloth suit that is cheap and easily recognizable. But gold is another matter, and sometimes, too, there were medical students and less reputable doctors who were in need of cadavers and not over-scrupulous as to where these were obtained. So far, Masson had successfully managed to discourage investigation. He had fiercely denied the existence of the rats, even though they sometimes robbed him of his prey. Masson did not care what happened to the bodies after he had performed his gruesome thefts, but the rats inevitably dragged away the whole cadaver through the hole they gnawed in the coffin. The size of these burrows occasionally worried Masson. Then, too, there was the curious circumstance of the coffins always being gnawed open at the end, never at the side or top. It was almost as though the rats were working under the direction of some impossibly intelligent leader. Now he stood in an open grave and threw a last sprinkling of wet earth on the heap beside the pit. It was raining, a slow, cold drizzle that for weeks had been descending from soggy, black clouds. The graveyard was a slough of yellow, sucking mud, from which the rain-washed tombstones stood up in irregular battalions. The rats had retreated to their burrows, and Masson had not seen one for days. but his gaunt, unshaved face was set in frowning lines. The coffin on which he was standing was a wooden one. The body had been buried several days earlier, but Masson had not dared to disinter it before. A relative of the dead man had been coming to the grave at intervals, even in the drenching rain, but he would hardly come at this late hour, no matter how much grief he might be suffering, Masson thought, grinning wryly. He straightened and laid the shovel aside. From the hill on which the ancient graveyard lay, he could see the lights of Salem flickering dimly through the downpour. He drew a flashlight from his pocket. He would need light now. Taking up the spade, he bent and examined the fastenings of the coffin. Abruptly he stiffened. Beneath his feet he sensed an unquiet stirring and scratching, as though something were moving within the coffin. For a moment, a pang of superstitious fear shot through Masson, and then rage replaced it as he realized the significance of the sound. The rats had forestalled him again. In a paroxysm of anger, Masson wrenched at the fastenings of the coffin. He got the sharp edge of the shovel under the lid and pried it up until he could finish the job with his hands. Then he sent the flashlight's cold beam darting down into the coffin. Rain spattered against the white satin lining. The coffin was empty. Masson saw a flicker of movement at the head of the case and darted the light in that direction. The end of the sarcophagus had been gnawed through, and a gaping hole led into darkness. A black shoe, limp and dragging, was disappearing as Masson watched, and abruptly he realized that the rats had forestalled him by only a few minutes. He fell on his hands and knees and made a hasty clutch at the shoe, and the flashlight incontinently fell into the coffin and went out. The shoe was tugged from his grasp. He heard a sharp, excited squealing, and then he had the flashlight again and was darting its light into the burrow. It was a large one. It had to be, or the corpse could not have been dragged along it. Masson wondered at the size of the rats that could carry away a man's body, but the thought of the loaded revolver in his pocket fortified him. Probably, if the corpse had been an ordinary one, Masson would have left the rats with their spoils rather than venture into the narrow burrow, but he remembered an especially fine set of cufflinks he had observed, as well as a stick-pin that was undoubtedly a genuine pearl. With scarcely a pause, he clipped the flashlight to his belt and crept into the burrow. It was a tight fit, but he managed to squeeze himself along. Ahead of him, in the flashlight's glow, he could see the shoes dragging along the wet earth of the bottom of the tunnel. He crept along the burrow as rapidly as he could, occasionally barely able to squeeze his lean body through the narrow walls. The air was overpowering with its musty stench of carrion. If he could not reach the corpse in a minute, Masson decided he would turn back. Belated fears were beginning to crawl, maggot-like, within his mind, but greed urged him on. He crawled forward, several times passing the mouths of adjoining tunnels. The walls of the burrow were damp and slimy, and twice lumps of dirt dropped behind him. The second time, he paused and screwed his head around to look back. He could see nothing, of course, until he had unhooked the flashlight from his belt and reversed it. Several clods lay on the ground behind him, and the danger of his position suddenly became real and terrifying. With thoughts of a cave-in making his pulse race, he decided to abandon the pursuit, even though he had now almost overtaken the corpse and the invisible things that pulled it. But he had overlooked one thing. The burrow was too narrow to allow him to turn. Panic touched him briefly, but he remembered a side tunnel he had just passed and backed awkwardly along the tunnel until he came to it. He thrust his legs into it, backing until he found himself able to turn. Then he hurriedly began to retrace his way, although his knees were bruised and painful. Agonizing pain shot through his leg. He felt sharp teeth sink into his flesh and kicked out frantically. There was a shrill squealing and the scurry of many feet. Flashing the light behind him, Masson caught his breath in a sob of fear as he saw a dozen great rats watching him intently, their slitted eyes glittering in the light. They were great, misshapen things, as large as cats, and behind them he caught a glimpse of a dark shape that stirred and moved swiftly aside into the shadow, and he shuddered at the unbelievable size of the thing. The light had held them for a moment, but they were edging closer, their teeth dull orange in the pale light. Masson tugged at his pistol, managed to extricate it from his pocket, and aimed carefully. It was an awkward position, and he tried to press his feet into the soggy sides of the burrow so that he should not inadvertently send a bullet into one of them. The rolling thunder of the shot deafened him for a time, and the clouds of smoke set him coughing. When he could hear again, and the smoke had cleared, he saw that the rats were gone. He put the pistol back and began to creep swiftly along the tunnel, and then with a scurry and a rush, they were upon him again. They swarmed over his legs, biting and squealing insanely, and Masson shrieked horribly as he snatched for his gun. He fired without aiming, and only luck saved him from blowing a foot off. This time, the rats did not retreat so far, but Masson was crawling as swiftly as he could along the burrow, ready to fire again at the first sound of another attack. There was a patter of feet, and he sent the light stabbing back of him. A great grey rat paused and watched him. Its long, ragged whiskers twitched, and its scabrous, naked tail was moving slowly from side to side. Masson shouted, and the rat retreated. He crawled on, pausing briefly, the black gap of a side tunnel at his elbow, as he made out a shapeless huddle on the damp clay a few yards ahead. For a second, he thought it was a mass of earth that had been dislodged from the roof, and then he recognized it as a human body. It was a brown and shriveled mummy, and with a dreadful unbelieving shock, Masson realized that it was moving. It was crawling toward him, and in the pale glow of the flashlight the man saw a frightful gargoyle face thrust into his own. It was the passionless, death's-head skull of a long-dead corpse, instinct with hellish life, and the glazed eyes, swollen and bulbous, betrayed the thing's blindness. It made a faint groaning sound as it crawled toward Masson, stretching its ragged and granulated lips in a grin of dreadful hunger, and Masson was frozen with abysmal fear and loathing. Just before the horror touched him, Masson flung himself frantically into the burrow at his side. He heard a scrambling noise at his heels, and the thing groaned dully as it came after him. Masson, glancing over his shoulder, screamed and propelled himself desperately through the narrow burrow. He crawled along awkwardly, sharp stones cutting his hands and knees. Dirt showered into his eyes, but he dared not pause even for a moment. He scrambled on, gasping, cursing, and praying hysterically. Squealing triumphantly, the rats came at him, horrible hunger in their eyes. Masson almost succumbed to their vicious teeth before he succeeded in beating them off. The passage was narrowing, and in a frenzy of terror he kicked and screamed and fired until the hammer clicked on an empty shell. But he had driven them off. He found himself crawling under a great stone embedded in the roof that dug cruelly into his back. It moved a little as his weight struck it, and an idea flashed into Masson's fright-crazed mind. If he could bring down the stone so that it blocked the tunnel. The earth was wet and soggy from the rains, and he hunched himself half upright and dug away at the dirt around the stone. The rats were coming closer. He saw their eyes glowing in the reflection of the flashlight's beam. Still he clawed frantically at the earth. The stone was giving. He tugged at it, and it rocked in its foundation. A rat was approaching, the monster he had already glimpsed. Grey and leprous and hideous, it crept forward with its orange teeth bared, and in its wake came the blind, dead thing, groaning as it crawled. Masson gave a last frantic tug at the stone. He felt it slide downward, and then he went scrambling along the tunnel. Behind him the stone crashed down, and he heard a sudden, frightful shriek of agony. Clods showered upon his legs. A heavy weight fell on his feet, and he dragged them free with difficulty. The entire tunnel was collapsing. Gasping with fear, Masson threw himself forward as the soggy earth collapsed at his heels. The tunnel narrowed until he could barely use his hands and legs to propel himself. He wriggled forward like an eel,
and suddenly felt satin tearing beneath his clawing fingers, and then his head crashed against something that barred his path. He moved his legs, discovering that they were not pinned under the collapsed earth. He was lying flat on his stomach, and when he tried to raise himself, he found that the roof was only a few inches from his back. Panic shot through him. When the blind horror had blocked his path, he had flung himself desperately into a side tunnel, a tunnel that had no outlet. He was in a coffin, an empty coffin, into which he had crept through the hole the rats had gnawed in its end. He tried to turn on his back and found that he could not. The lid of the coffin pinned him down inexorably. Then he braced himself and strained at the coffin lid. It was immovable, and even if he could escape from the sarcophagus, how could he claw his way up through 5 feet of hard-packed earth? He found himself gasping. It was dreadfully fetid, unbearably hot. In a paroxysm of terror, he ripped and clawed at the satin until it was shredded. He made a futile attempt to dig with his feet at the earth from the collapsed burrow that blocked his retreat. If he were only able to reverse his position, he might be able to claw his way through to air. Air. White-hot agony lanced through his breast, throbbed in his eyeballs. His head seemed to be swelling, growing larger and larger, and suddenly he heard the exultant squealing of the rats. He began to scream insanely, but could not drown them out. For a moment he thrashed about hysterically within his narrow prison, and then he was quiet, gasping for air. His eyelids closed, his blackened tongue protruded, and he sank down into the blackness of death, with the mad squealing of the rats dinning in his ears.
The People of the Pit by Abraham Merritt. North of us, a shaft of light shot halfway to the zenith. It came from behind the 5 peaks. The beam drove up through a column of blue haze, whose edges were marked as sharply as the rain that streams from the edges of a thundercloud. It was like the flash of a searchlight through an azure mist. It cast no shadows. As it struck upward, the summits were outlined hard and black, and I saw that the whole mountain was shaped like a hand. As the light silhouetted it, the gigantic fingers stretched. The hand seemed to thrust itself forward. It was exactly as though it moved to push something back. The shining beam held steady for a moment, then broke into myriads of little luminous globes that swung to and fro and dropped gently. They seemed to be searching. The forest had become very still. Every wood noise held its breath. I felt the dogs pressing against my legs. They too were silent, but every muscle in their bodies trembled. Their hair was stiff along their backs, and their eyes, fixed on the falling lights, were filmed with the terror glaze. I looked at Anderson. He was staring at the north, where once more the beam had pulsed upward. "It can't be the aurora," I spoke, without moving my lips. My mouth was as dry as though loud Char had poured his fear dust down my throat. "If it is, I never saw one like it," he answered in the same tone. "Besides, who ever heard of an aurora at this time of the year?" He voiced the thought that was in my own mind. "It makes me think something is being hunted up there," he said. "An unholy sort of hunt. It's well for us to be out of range." "The mountain seems to move each time the shaft shoots up," I said. "What's it keeping back, Star? It makes me think of the frozen hand of cloud that Shah Nador set before the gate of ghouls to keep them in the lairs that Eblis cut for them." He raised a hand, listening. From the north, and high overhead, there came a whispering. It was not the rustling of the aurora, that rushing, crackling sound like the ghosts of winds that blew at creation racing through the skeleton leaves of ancient trees that sheltered Lilith. It was a whispering that held in it a demand. It was eager. It called us to come where the beam was flashing. It drew. There was in it a note of inexorable insistence. It touched my heart with 1,000 tiny fear-tipped fingers, and it filled me with a vast longing to race on and merge myself in the light. It must have been so that Ulysses felt when he strained at the mast and strove to obey the crystal-sweet singing of the sirens. The whispering grew louder.
"What the hell's the matter with those dogs?"
cried Anderson savagely.
"Look at them!"
The Malamutes, whining, were racing away toward the light. We saw them disappear among the trees. There came back to us a mournful howling. Then that too died away, and left nothing but the insistent murmuring overhead. The glade we had camped in looked straight to the north. We had reached, I suppose, 300 miles above the first great bend of the Kuskokwim, toward the Yukon. Certainly, we were in an untrodden part of the wilderness. We had pushed through from Dawson at the breaking of the spring, on a fair lead to the lost 5 peaks between which, so the Athabascan medicine man had told us, the gold streams out like putty from a clenched fist. Not an Indian were we able to get to go with us. The land of the Hand Mountain was accursed, they said. We had sighted the peaks the night before, their tops faintly outlined against a pulsing glow, and now we saw the light that had led us to them. Anderson stiffened. Through the whispering had broken a curious pad-pad and a rustling. It sounded as though a small bear were moving towards us. I threw a pile of wood on the fire and, as it blazed up, saw something break through the bushes. It walked on all fours, but it did not walk like a bear. All at once it flashed upon me. It was like a baby crawling upstairs. The forepaws lifted themselves in grotesquely infantile fashion. It was grotesque, but it was terrible. It grew closer. We reached for our guns and dropped them. Suddenly we knew that this crawling thing was a man. It was a man. Still, with the high-climbing pad-pad, he swayed to the fire. He stopped. "Safe," whispered the crawling man, in a voice that was an echo of the murmur overhead. "Quite safe here. They can't get out of the blue, you know. They can't get you, unless you go to them." He fell over on his side. We ran to him. Anderson knelt.
"God's love,"
he said.
"Frank, look at this."
He pointed to the hands. The wrists were covered with torn rags of a heavy shirt. The hands themselves were stumps. The fingers had been bent into the palms, and the flesh had been worn to the bone. They looked like the feet of a little black elephant. My eyes travelled down the body. Around the waist was a heavy band of yellow metal. From it fell a ring and a dozen links of shining white chain.
"What is he? Where did he come from?"
said Anderson.
"Look, he's fast asleep, yet even in his sleep his arms try to climb and his feet draw themselves up one after the other. And his knees, how in God's name was he ever able to move on them?"
It was even as he said. In the deep sleep that had come upon the crawler, arms and legs kept raising in a deliberate, dreadful climbing motion. It was as though they had a life of their own. They kept their movement independently of the motionless body. They were semaphoric motions. If you have ever stood at the back of a train and had watched the semaphores rise and fall, you will know exactly what I mean. Abruptly, the overhead whispering ceased. The shaft of light dropped and did not rise again. The crawling man became still. A gentle glow began to grow around us. It was dawn, and the short Alaskan summer night was over. Anderson rubbed his eyes and turned to me a haggard face.
"Man,"
he exclaimed,
"you look as though you've been through a spell of sickness."
"No more than you, Star," I said. "What do you make of it all?"
"I'm thinking our only answer lies there,"
he answered, pointing to the figure that lay so motionless under the blankets we had thrown over him.
"Whatever it was, that's what it was after. There was no aurora about that light, Frank. It was like the flaring up of some queer hell the preacher folk never frightened us with."
"We'll go no further today," I said. "I wouldn't wake him for all the gold that runs between the fingers of the 5 peaks, nor for all the devils that may be behind them." The crawling man lay in a sleep as deep as the Styx. We bathed and bandaged the pads that had been his hands. Arms and legs were as rigid as though they were crutches. He did not move while we worked over him. He lay as he had fallen, the arms a trifle raised, the knees bent.
"Why did he crawl?"
whispered Anderson.
Why didn't he walk?
I was filing the band about the waist. It was gold, but it was like no gold I had ever handled. Pure gold is soft. This was soft, but it had an unclean, viscid life of its own. It clung to the file. I gashed through it, bent it away from the body, and hurled it far off. It was loathsome. All that day he slept. Darkness came, and still he slept. That night there was no shaft of light, no questing globe, no whispering. Some spell of horror seemed lifted from the land. It was noon when the crawling man awoke. I jumped as the pleasant drawling voice sounded. "How long have I slept?" he asked. His pale blue eyes grew quizzical as I stared at him. "A night and almost 2 days," I said. "Was there any light up there last night?" He nodded to the north, eagerly. "Any whispering?" "Neither," I answered. His head fell back, and he stared up at the sky. "They've given it up, then?" he said at last.
"Who have given it up?"
asked Anderson. "Why, the people of the pit," replied the crawling man quietly. We stared at him. "The people of the pit," he said. "Things that the devil made before the flood, and that somehow have escaped God's vengeance. You weren't in any danger from them, unless you had followed their call. They can't get any further than the blue haze. I was their prisoner," he added simply. "They were trying to whisper me back to them." Anderson and I looked at each other, the same thought in both our minds. "You're wrong," said the crawling man. "I'm not insane. Give me a very little to drink. I'm going to die soon, but I want you to take me as far south as you can before I die, and afterwards I want you to build a big fire and burn me. I want to be in such shape that no infernal spell of theirs can drag my body back to them. You'll do it too, when I've told you about them." He hesitated. "I think their chain is off me," he said. "I cut it off," I answered shortly. "Thank God for that too," whispered the crawling man. He drank the brandy and water we lifted to his lips. "Arms and legs quite dead," he said. "Dead as I'll be soon. Well, they did well for me. Now, I'll tell you what's up there behind that hand. Hell! Now listen, my name is Stanton, Sinclair Stanton, class 1900, Yale, explorer. I started away from Dawson last year to hunt for 5 peaks that rise like a hand in a haunted country and run pure gold between them. Same thing you were after? I thought so. Late last fall, my comrade sickened, sent him back with some Indians. Little later, all my Indians ran away from me. I decided I'd stick, built a cabin, stocked myself with food and lay down to winter it. In the spring, I started off again. Little less than 2 weeks ago, I sighted the 5 peaks. Not from this side, though. The other. Give me some more brandy." "I'd made too wide a detour," he went on. "I'd gotten too far north. I beat back. From this side, you see nothing but forest straight up to the base of the Ann Mountain. Over on the other side." He was silent for a moment. "Over there is forest too. But it doesn't reach so far. No, I came out of it. Stretching miles in front of me was a level plain. It was as worn and ancient-looking as the desert around the ruins of Babylon. At its end rose the peaks. Between me and them, far off, was what looked like a low dike of rocks. Then I ran across the road."
"The road?"
cried Anderson incredulously. "The road," said the crawling man. "A fine, smooth stone road. It ran straight onto the mountain. Oh, it was road all right, and worn as though millions and millions of feet had passed over it for thousands of years. On each side of it was sand and heaps of stones. After a while I began to notice these stones. They were cut, and the shape of the heap somehow gave me the idea that 100,000 years ago they might have been houses. I sensed man about them, and at the same time they smelled of immemorial antiquity. Well, the peaks grew closer, the heaps of ruins thicker. Something inexpressibly desolate hovered over them. Something reached from them that struck my heart like the touch of ghosts so old that they could be only the ghosts of ghosts. I went on, and now I saw that what I had thought to be the low rock range at the base of the peaks was a thicker litter of ruins. The Hand Mountain was really much farther off. The road passed between 2 high rocks that raised themselves like a gateway. The crawling man paused. They were a gateway, he said. I reached them. I went between them, and then I sprawled and clutched the earth in sheer awe. I was on a broad stone platform. Before me was sheer space. Imagine the Grand Canyon 5 times as wide, and with the bottom dropped out. That is what I was looking into. It was like peeping over the edge of a cleft world, down into the infinity where the planets roll. On the far side stood the 5 peaks. They looked like a gigantic warning hand stretched up to the sky. The lip of the abyss curved away on each side of me. I could see down perhaps 1,000 feet. Then a thick blue haze shut out the eye. It was like the blue you see gather on the high hills at dusk. And the pit, it was awesome. Awesome as the Maori Gulf of Ranelagh, that sinks between the living and the dead, and that only the freshly released soul has strength to leap, but never strength to cross again. I crept back from the verge and stood up, weak. My hand rested against one of the pillars of the gateway. There was carving upon it. It bore in still sharp outlines the heroic figure of a man. His back was turned. His arms were outstretched. There was an odd peaked headdress upon him. I looked at the opposite pillar. It bore a figure exactly similar. The pillars were triangular, and the carvings were on the side away from the pit. The figures seemed to be holding something back. I looked closer. Behind the outstretched hands, I seemed to see other shapes. I traced them out vaguely. Suddenly I felt unaccountably sick. There had come to me an impression of enormous upright slugs. Their swollen bodies were faintly cut, all except the heads, which were well-marked globes. They were unutterably loathsome. I turned from the gates back to the void. I stretched myself upon the slab and looked over the edge. A stairway led down into the pit. "A stairway?" we cried. "A stairway," repeated the crawling man as patiently as before. It seemed not so much carved out of the rock as built into it. The slabs were about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. It ran down from the platform and vanished into the blue haze. "But who could build such a stairway as that?" I said. "A stairway built into the wall of a precipice and leading down into a bottomless pit." "Not bottomless," said the crawling man quietly. "There was a bottom. I reached it." "Reached it?" we repeated. "Yes, by the stairway," answered the crawling man. "You see, I went down it." "Yes," he said. "I went down the stairway, but not that day. I made my camp back of the gates. At dawn I filled my knapsack with food, my 2 canteens with water from a spring that wells up there by the gateway, walked between the carved monoliths, and stepped over the edge of the pit." The steps ran along the side of the rock at a 40-degree pitch. As I went down and down, I studied them. They were of a greenish rock, quite different from the granitic porphyry that formed the wall of the precipice. At first, I thought that the builders had taken advantage of an outcropping stratum and had carved from it their gigantic flight. But the regularity of the angle at which it fell made me doubtful of this theory. After I had gone perhaps half a mile, I stepped out upon a landing. From this landing, the stairs made a V-shaped turn and ran on downward, clinging to the cliff at the same angle as the first flight. It was a zigzag, and after I had made 3 of these turns, I knew that the steps dropped straight down in a succession of such angles. No strata could be so regular as that. No, the stairway was built by hands. But whose? The answer is in those ruins around the edge, I think, never to be read. By noon I had lost sight of the 5 peaks and the lip of the abyss. Above me, below me, was nothing but the blue haze. Beside me, too, was nothingness, for the further breast of rock had long since vanished. I felt no dizziness, and any trace of fear was swallowed in a vast curiosity. What was I to discover? Some ancient and wonderful civilization that had ruled when the poles were tropical gardens? Nothing living, I felt sure. All was too old for life. Still, a stairway so wonderful must lead to something quite as wonderful, I knew. What was it? I went on. At regular intervals I had passed the mouths of small caves. There would be 2,000 steps, and then an opening, 2,000 more steps, and an opening, and so on and on. Late that afternoon, I stopped before one of these clefts. I suppose I had gone then 3 miles down the pit, although the angles were such that I had walked in all fully 10 miles. I examined the entrance. On each side were carved the figures of the great portal above, only now they were standing face forward, the arms outstretched as though to hold something back from the outer depths. The faces were covered with veils. There were no hideous shapes behind them. I went inside. The fissure ran back for 20 yards like a burrow. It was dry and perfectly light. Outside, I could see the blue haze rising upward like a column, its edges clearly marked. I felt an extraordinary sense of security, although I had not been conscious of any fear. I felt that the figures at the entrance were guardians. But against what? The blue haze thickened and grew faintly luminescent. I fancied that it was dusk above. I ate and drank a little and slept. When I awoke, the blue had lightened again, and I fancied it was dawn above. I went on. I forgot the gulf yawning at my side. I felt no fatigue and little hunger or thirst, although I had drunk and eaten sparingly. That night I spent within another of the caves, and at dawn I descended again. It was late that day when I first saw the city. He was silent for a time. "The city," he said at last. "There is a city, you know, but not such a city as you have ever seen, nor any other man who has lived to tell of it. The pit, I think, is shaped like a bottle. The opening before the 5 peaks is the neck, but how wide the bottom is, I do not know. Thousands of miles, maybe. I had begun to catch little glints of light far down in the blue. Then I saw the tops of trees, I suppose they are, but not our kind of trees. Unpleasant, snaky kind of trees. They reared themselves on high thin trunks, and their tops were nests of thick tendrils with ugly little leaves like arrowheads. The trees were red, a vivid, angry red. Here and there I glimpsed spots of shining yellow. I knew these were water, because I could see things breaking through their surface, or at least I could see the splash and ripple, but what it was that disturbed them I never saw. Straight beneath me was the city. I looked down upon mile after mile of closely packed cylinders. They lay upon their sides in pyramids of 3, of 5, of dozens, piled upon each other. It is hard to make you see what that city is like. Look, suppose you have water pipes of a certain length, and first you lay 3 of them side by side, and on top of them you place 2, and on these 2, 1. Or suppose you take 5 for a foundation, and place on these 4, and then 3, then 2, and then 1. Do you see? That was the way they looked. But they were topped by towers, by minarets, by fleurs, by fans, and twisted monstrosities. They gleamed as though coated with pale rose flame. Beside them, the venomous red trees raised themselves like the heads of hydras guarding nests of gigantic, jeweled and sleeping worms. A few feet beneath me, the stairway jutted out into a titanic arch, unearthly as the span that bridges hell and leads to Asgard. It curved out and down straight through the top of the highest pile of carven cylinders, and then it vanished through it. It was appalling. It was demonic. The crawling man stopped. His eyes rolled up into his head. He trembled, and his arms and legs began their horrible crawling movement. From his lips came a whispering. It was an echo of the high murmuring we had heard the night he came to us. I put my hands over his eyes. He quieted. "The things are cursed," he said. "The people of the pit," did I whisper. "Yes, but they can't get me now. They can't." After a time, he began as quietly as before. I crossed the span. I went down through the top of that building. Blue darkness shrouded me for a moment, and I felt the steps twist into a spiral. I wound down, and then I was standing high up in... I can't tell you in what. I'll have to call it a room. We have no images for what is in the pit. 100 feet below me was the floor. The walls sloped down and out from where I stood in a series of widening crescents. The place was colossal, and it was filled with a curious mottled red light. It was like the light inside a green and gold-flecked fire opal. I went down to the last step. Far in front of me rose a high, columned altar. Its pillars were carved in monstrous scrolls, like mad octopuses with 1,000 drunken tentacles. They rested on the backs of shapeless monstrosities carved in crimson stone. The altar front was a gigantic slab of purple, covered with carvings. I can't describe these carvings. No human being could. The human eye cannot grasp them any more than it can grasp the shapes that haunt the fourth dimension. Only a subtle sense in the back of the brain sensed them vaguely. They were formless things that gave no conscious image, yet pressed into the mind like small hot seals, ideas of hate, of combats between unthinkable monstrous things, victories in a nebulous hell of steaming, obscene jungles, aspirations and ideals immeasurably loathsome. And as I stood, I grew aware of something that lay behind the lip of the altar, 50 feet above me. I knew it was there. I felt it with every hair and every tiny bit of my skin. Something infinitely malignant, infinitely horrible, infinitely ancient. It lurked, it brooded, it threatened, and it was invisible. Behind me was a circle of blue light. I ran for it. Something urged me to turn back, to climb the stairs and make away. It was impossible. Repulsion for that unseen thing raced me onward, as though a current had my feet. I passed through the circle. I was out on a street that stretched on into dim distance between rows of the carven cylinders. Here and there the red trees arose. Between them rolled the stone burrows, and now I could take in the amazing ornamentation that clothed them. They were like the trunks of smooth-skinned trees that had fallen and had been clothed with high-reaching, noxious orchids. Yes, those cylinders were like that, and more. They should have gone out with the dinosaurs. They were monstrous. They struck the eyes like a blow, and they passed across the nerves like a rasp, and nowhere was the sight or sound of living thing. There were circular openings in the cylinders, like the circle in the temple of the stairway. I passed through one of them. I was in a long, bare-vaulted room whose curving sides half closed 20 feet over my head, leaving a wide slit that opened into another vaulted chamber above. There was absolutely nothing in the room, save the same mottled, reddish light that I had seen in the temple. I stumbled. I still could see nothing, but there was something on the floor over which I had tripped. I reached down, and my hand touched a thing cold and smooth that moved under it. I turned and ran out of that place. I was filled with a loathing that had in it something of madness. I ran on and on blindly, wringing my hands, weeping with horror. When I came to myself, I was still among the stone cylinders and red trees. I tried to retrace my steps, to find the temple. I was more than afraid. I was like a new loose soul, panic-stricken with the first terrors of hell. I could not find the temple. Then the haze began to thicken and glow, the cylinders to shine more brightly. I knew that it was dusk in the world above, and I felt that with dusk my time of peril had come, that the thickening of the haze was the signal for the awakening of whatever things lived in this pit. I scrambled up the sides of one of the burrows. I hid behind a twisted nightmare of stone. Perhaps, I thought, there was a chance of remaining hidden until the blue lightened and the peril passed. There began to grow around me a murmur. It was everywhere, and it grew and grew into a great whispering. I peeped from the side of the stone down into the street. I saw lights passing and repassing, more and more lights. They swam out of the circular doorways and they thronged the street. The highest were 8 feet above the pave, the lowest perhaps 2. They hurried, they sauntered, they bowed, they stopped and whispered, and there was nothing under them.
Nothing under them, breathed Anderson.
No, he went on. That was the terrible part of it. There was nothing under them. Yet, certainly the lights were living things. They had consciousness, volition, thought. What else I did not know. They were nearly 2 feet across, the largest. The centre was a bright nucleus, red, blue, green. This nucleus faded off gradually into a misty glow that did not end abruptly. It too seemed to fade off into nothingness, but a nothingness that had under it a somethingness. I strained my eyes trying to grasp this body into which the lights merged and which one could only feel was there, but could not see. And all at once I grew rigid. Something cold and thin like a whip had touched my face. I turned my head. Close behind were 3 of the lights. They were a pale blue. They looked at me, if you can imagine lights that are eyes. Another whiplash gripped my shoulder. Under the closest light came a shrill whispering. I shrieked. Abruptly, the murmuring in the street ceased. I dragged my eyes from the pale blue globe that held them and looked out. The lights in the streets were rising by myriads to the level of where I stood. There they stopped and peered at me. They crowded and jostled as though they were a crowd of curious people on Broadway. I felt a score of the lashes touch me. When I came to myself, I was again in the great place of the stairway, lying at the foot of the altar. All was silent. There were no lights, only the mottled red glow. I jumped to my feet and ran toward the steps. Something jerked me back to my knees, and then I saw that around my waist had been fastened a yellow ring of metal. From it hung a chain, and this chain passed up over the lip of the high ledge. I was chained to the altar. I reached into my pockets for my knife to cut through the ring. It was not there. I had been stripped of everything, except one of the canteens that I had hung around my neck, which I suppose they had thought was part of me. I tried to break the ring. It seemed alive. It writhed in my hands, and it drew itself closer around me. I pulled at the chain. It was immovable. There came to me the consciousness of the unseen thing above the altar. I grovelled at the foot of the slab and wept. Think, alone in that place of strange light with the brooding ancient horror above me, a monstrous thing, a thing unthinkable, an unseen thing that poured forth horror. After a while, I gripped myself. Then I saw beside one of the pillars a yellow bowl filled with a thick white liquid. I drank it. If it killed, I did not care, but its taste was pleasant, and as I drank, my strength came back to me with a rush. Clearly, I was not to be starved. The lights, whatever they were, had a conception of human needs. And now the reddish mottled gleam began to deepen. Outside arose the humming, and through the circle that was the entrance came streaming the globes. They ranged themselves in ranks until they filled the temple. Their whispering grew into a chant, a cadenced whispering chant that rose and fell, while to its rhythm the globes lifted and sank. All that night the lights came and went, and all that night the chant sounded as they rose and fell. At the last, I felt myself only an atom of consciousness in a sea of cadenced whispering, an atom that rose and fell with the bowing globes. I tell you that even my heart pulsed in unison with them. The red glow faded, the light streamed out, the whispering died. I was again alone, and I knew that once again day had broken in my own world. I slept. When I awoke, I found beside the pillar more of the white liquid. I scrutinized the chain that held me to the altar. I began to rub two of the links together. I did this for hours. When the red began to thicken, there was a ridge worn in the links. Hope rushed up within me. There was, then, a chance to escape. With the thickening, the lights came again. All through that night, the whispering chant sounded, and the globes rose and fell. The chant seized me. It pulsed through me until every nerve and muscle quivered to it. My lips began to quiver. They strove like a man trying to cry out on a nightmare. And at last they, too, were whispering the chant of the people of the pit. My body bowed in unison with the lights. I was, in movement and sound, one with the nameless things, while my soul sank back sick with horror and powerless. While I whispered, I saw them. Saw the lights? I asked stupidly. Saw the things under the lights, he answered. Great, transparent, snail-like bodies, dozens of waving tentacles stretching from them, round gaping mouths under the luminous seeing globes. They were like the ghosts of inconceivably monstrous slugs. I could see through them, and as I stirred, still bowing and whispering, the dawn came, and they streamed to and through the entrance. They did not crawl or walk. They floated and were gone. I did not sleep. I worked all that day at my chain. By the thickening of the red, I had worn it a sixth through. And all that night I whispered and bowed with the pit people, joining in their chant to the thing that brooded above me. Twice again the red thickened and the chant held me. Then on the morning of the fifth day, I broke through the worn links of the chain. I was free. I drank from the bowl of white liquid and poured what was left in my flask. I ran to the stairway.
I rushed up and past that unseen horror behind the altar ledge and was out upon the bridge. I raced across the span and up the stairway. Can you think what it is to climb straight up the verge of a cleft world with hell behind you? Hell was behind me, and terror rode me. The city had long been lost in the blue haze before I knew that I could climb no more. My heart beat upon my ears like a sledge. I fell before one of the little caves, feeling that here at last was sanctuary. I crept far back within it and waited for the haze to thicken. Almost at once it did so. From far below me came a vast and angry murmur. At the mouth of the rift, I saw a light pulse up through the blue, die down, and as it dimmed, I saw myriads of the globes that are the eyes of the pit people swing downward into the abyss. Again and again the light pulsed and the globes fell. They were hunting me. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. There grew in me the dreadful desire to join in the whispering, as I had done in the temple. I bit my lips through and through to still them. All that night the beam shot up through the abyss, the globes swung and the whisperings sounded, and now I knew the purpose of the caves, and of the sculptured figures that still had power to guard them. But what were the people who had carved them? Why had they built their city around the verge, and why had they set that stairway in the pit? What had they been to those things that dwelt at the bottom, and what use had the things been to them that they should live beside their dwelling place? That there had been some purpose was certain. No work so prodigious as the stairway would have been undertaken otherwise. But what was the purpose? And why was it that those who had dwelt about the abyss had passed away, ages gone, and the dwellers in the abyss still lived? I could find no answer, nor can I find any now. I have not the shred of a theory. Dawn came as I wondered, and with it, silence. I drank what was left of the liquid in my canteen, crept from the cave, and began to climb again. That afternoon, my legs gave out. I tore off my shirt, made from it pads for my knees and coverings for my hands. I crawled upward. I crawled up, and again I crept into one of the caves and waited until again the blue thickened. The shaft of light shot through it, and the whispering came. But now there was a new note in the whispering. It was no longer threatening. It called and coaxed. It drew. A new terror gripped me. There had come upon me a mighty desire to leave the cave and go out where the light swung, to let them do with me as they pleased, carry me where they wished. The desire grew. It gained fresh impulse with every rise of the beam, until at last I vibrated with the desire, as I had vibrated to the chant in the temple. My body was a pendulum. Up would go the beam, and I would swing toward it. Only my soul kept steady. It held me fast to the floor of the cave, and all that night it fought with my body against the spell of the pit people. Dawn came. Again I crept from the cave and faced the stairway. I could not rise. My hands were torn and bleeding, my knees in agony. I forced myself upward step by step. After a while my hands became numb. The pain left my knees. They deadened. Step by step, my will drove my body upward upon them. And then a nightmare of crawling up infinite stretches of steps, memories of dull horror while hidden within caves with the lights pulsing without and whisperings that called and called me. Memory of a time when I awoke to find that my body was obeying the call and had carried me halfway out between the guardians of the portals while thousands of gleaming globes rested in the blue haze and watched me. Glimpses of bitter fights against sleep and always, a climb up and up along infinite distances of steps that led from Abaddon to a paradise of blue sky and open world. At last, a consciousness of the clear sky close above me, the lip of the pit before me, memory of passing between the great portals of the pit and of steady withdrawal from it, dreams of giant men with strange peaked crowns and veiled faces who pushed me onward and held back Roman candle globules of light that sought to draw me back to a gulf wherein planets swam between the branches of red trees that had snakes for crowns. And then a long, long sleep. How long, God alone knows, in a cleft of rocks, an awakening to see far in the north, the beam still rising and falling, the light still hunting, the whispering high above me, calling.
again crawling on dead arms and legs that moved like the ancient mariner's ship, without volition of mine, but that carried me from a haunted place. And then your fire, and this safety. The crawling man smiled at us for a moment. Then, swiftly, life faded from his face. He slept. That afternoon, we struck camp and, carrying the crawling man, started back south. For 3 days we carried him, and still he slept. And on the 3rd day, still sleeping, he died. We built a great pile of wood, and we burned his body as he had asked. We scattered his ashes about the forest with the ashes of the trees that had consumed him. It must be a great magic indeed that could disentangle those ashes and draw him back in a rushing cloud to the pit he called accursed. I do not think that even the people of the pit have such a spell. No. But we did not return to the 5 Peaks to see. The Epiphany of Death by Clark Ashton Smith. I find it peculiarly difficult to express the exact nature of the sentiment which Tomrin had always evoked in me. However, I am sure that the feeling never partook at any time of what is ordinarily known as friendship. It was a compound of unusual aesthetic and intellectual elements, and was somehow closely allied in my thoughts with the same fascination that has drawn me ever since childhood toward all things that are remote in space and time, or which have about them the irresolvable twilight of antiquity. Somehow, Tomrin seemed never to belong to the present, but one could readily have imagined him as living in some bygone age. About him there was nothing whatever of the lineaments of our own period, and he even went so far as to affect in his costume an approximation to the garments worn several centuries ago. His complexion was extremely pale and cadaverous, and he stooped heavily from poring over ancient tomes and no less ancient maps. He moved always with the slow, meditative pace of one who dwells among far-off memories and reveries, and he spoke often of people and events and ideas that have long since been forgotten. For the most part, he was apparently unheedful of present things, and I felt that for him the huge city of Ptolemies, in which we both dwelt, with all its manifold clamour and tumult, was little more than a labyrinth of painted vapours. There was a like vagueness in the attitude of others toward Tomrin, and though he had always been accepted without question as a representative of the noble and otherwise extinct family from whom he claimed descent, nothing appeared to be known about his actual birth and antecedents. With 2 servants who were both deaf-mutes, who were very old and who likewise wore the raiment of a former age, he lived in the semi-ruinous mansion of his ancestors, where, it was said, none of the family had dwelt for many generations. There he pursued the occult and recondite studies that were so congenial to his mind. There, at certain intervals, I was wont to visit him. I cannot recall the precise date and circumstances of the beginning of my acquaintance with Tomrin. Though I come of a hardy line that is noted for the sanity of its constitution, my faculties have been woefully shaken by the horror of the happening with which that acquaintance ended. My memory is not what it was, and there are certain lacunae for which my readers must contrive to forgive me. The only wonder is that my powers of recollection have survived at all, beneath the hideous burden they have had to bear. For in a more than metaphoric sense, I have been as one condemned to carry with him, at all times and in all places, the loathsome incubi of things long dead and corrupt. I can readily recall, however, the studies to which Tomrin had devoted himself, the lost demonian volumes from Hyperborea and Mu and Atlantis with which his library shelves were heaped to the ceiling, and the queer charts, not of any land that lies above the surface of the earth, on which he pored by perpetual candlelight. I shall not speak of these studies, for they would seem too fantastic and too macabre for credibility, and that which I have to relate is incredible enough in itself. I shall speak, however, of certain strange ideas with which Tomrin was much preoccupied, and concerning which he so often discoursed to me in that deep, guttural, and monotonous voice of his that had the reverberation of unsounded caverns in its tones and cadences. He maintained that life and death were not the fixed conditions that people commonly believe them to be, that the two realms were often intermingled in ways not readily discerned, and had penumbral borderlands, that the dead were not always the dead, nor the living, as such terms are habitually understood. But the manner in which he spoke of these ideas was extremely vague and general, and I could never induce him to specify his meaning or to proffer some concrete illustration that would render it more intelligible to a mentality such as mine, that was unused to dealing in the cobwebs of abstraction. Behind his words there hovered, or seemed to hover, a legion of dark, amorphous images that I could never formulate or depict to myself in any way, until the final denouement of our descent into the catacombs of Ptolemies. I have already said that my feeling for Tomrin was never anything that could be classified as friendship, but even from the first, I was well aware that Tomrin had a curious fondness for me, a fondness whose nature I could not comprehend, and with which I could hardly even sympathize. Though he fascinated me at all times, there were occasions when my interest was not unalloyed with an actual sense of repulsion. At whiles, his pallor was too cadaverous, too suggestive of fungi that have grown in the dark, or of leprous bones by moonlight, and the stoop of his shoulders conveyed to my brain the idea that they bore a burden of centuries through which no man could conceivably have lived. He aroused always a certain awe in me, and the awe was sometimes mingled with an indeterminate fear. I do not remember how long our acquaintance had continued, but I do remember that he spoke with increasing frequency toward the end of those bizarre ideas at which I have hinted. Always I felt that he was troubled about something, for he often looked at me with a mournful gleam in his hollow eyes, and sometimes he would speak with peculiar stress of the great regard that he had for me. And one night he said, "Theolus, the time is coming when you must know the truth, must know me as I am, and not as I have been permitted to seem. There is a term to all things, and all things are obedient to inexorable laws. I would that it were otherwise, but neither I nor any man among the living or among the dead can lengthen at will the term of any state or condition of being, or alter the laws that decree such conditions." Perhaps it was well that I did not understand him, and that I was unable to attach much importance to his words, or to the singular intentness of his bearing as he uttered them. For a few more days I was spared the knowledge which I now carry. Then, one evening, Tomrin spoke thus: "I am now compelled to ask an odd favor of you, which I hope you will grant me in consideration of our long friendship. The favor is that you accompany me this very night to those vaults of my family which lie in the catacombs of Ptolemies." Though much surprised by the request, and not altogether pleased, I was nevertheless unable to deny him. I could not imagine the purpose of such a visit as the one proposed, but, as was my wont, I forbore to interrogate Tomrin, and merely told him that I would accompany him to the vaults if such were his desire. "I thank you, Theolus, for this proof of friendship," he replied earnestly. "Believe me, I am loath to ask it, but there has been a certain deception, an odd misunderstanding which cannot go on any longer. Tonight you will learn the truth." Carrying torches, we left the mansion of Tomrin and sought the ancient catacombs of Ptolemies, which lie beyond the walls, and have long been disused, for there is now a fine necropolis in the very heart of the city. The moon had gone down beyond the desert that encroaches toward the catacombs, and we were forced to light our torches long before we came to the subterranean adits, for the rays of Mars and Jupiter in a sodden and funereal sky were not enough to illumine the perilous path we followed among mounds and fallen obelisks and broken graves. At length we discovered the dark and weed-choked entrance of the charnels, and here Tomrin led the way with a swiftness and surety of footing that bespoke long familiarity with the place. Entering, we found ourselves in a crumbling passage where the bones of dilapidated skeletons were scattered amid the rubble that had fallen from the sides and roof. A choking stench of stagnant air and age-old corruption made me pause for an instant, but Tomrin scarcely appeared to perceive it, for he strode onward, lifting his torch and beckoning me to follow. We traversed many vaults in which mouldy bones and verdigris-eaten sarcophagi were piled about the walls or strewn where desecrating thieves had left them in bygone years. The air was increasingly dank, chill, and miasmal, and mephitic shadows crouched or swayed before our torches in every niche and corner. Also, as we went onward, the walls became more ruinous, and the bones we saw on every hand were greener with the mould of time. At length, we rounded a sudden angle of the low cavern we were following. Here we came to vaults that evidently belonged to some noble family, for they were quite spacious, and there was but one sarcophagus in each vault. "My ancestors and my family lie here," announced Tomrin. We reached the cavern's end and were confronted by a blank wall. At one side was the final vault, in which an empty sarcophagus stood open. The sarcophagus was wrought of the finest bronze, and was richly carven. Tomrin paused before the vault, and turned to me. By the flickering, uncertain light, I thought that I saw a look of strange and unaccountable distress on his features. "I must beg you to withdraw for a moment," he said in a low and sorrowful voice. "Afterwards you can return." Surprised and puzzled, I obeyed his request and went slowly back along the passage for some distance. Then I returned to the place where I had left him. My surprise was heightened when I found that he had extinguished his torch and had dropped it on the threshold of the final vault, and Tomrin himself was not visible anywhere. Entering the vault, since there was seemingly no other place where he could have hidden himself, I looked about for him, but the room was empty. At least I thought it empty, till I looked again at the richly carven sarcophagus and saw that it was now tenanted, for a cadaver lay within, shrouded in a winding sheet of a sort that has not been used for centuries in Ptolemies. I drew near to the sarcophagus, and peering into the face of the cadaver, I saw that it bore a fearful and strange resemblance to the face of Tomrin,
though it was bloated and puffed with the adiposphere of death, and was purple with the shadows of decay. And looking again, I saw that it was indeed Tomren. I would have screamed aloud with horror that came upon me, but my lips were benumbed and frozen, and I could only whisper Tomren's name. But as I whispered it, the lips of the cadaver seemed to part, and the tip of its tongue protruded between them, and I thought that the tip trembled, as if Tomren were about to speak and answer me. But gazing more closely, I saw that the trembling was merely the movement of worms, as they twisted up and down and to and fro and sought to crowd each other from Tomren's tongue.
The Seed from the Sepulchre by Clark Ashton Smith.
Yes, I found the place, said Falmer. It's a queer sort of place, pretty much as the legends describe it.
He spat quickly into the fire, as if the act of speech had been physically distasteful, and half averting his face from the scrutiny of Thone, stared with morose and sombre eyes into the jungle-matted Venezuelan darkness. Thone, still weak and dizzy from the fever that had incapacitated him for continuing their journey to its end, was curiously puzzled. Falmer, he thought, had undergone an inexplicable change during the 3 days of his absence, a change that was too elusive in some of its phases to be fully defined or delimited. Other phases, however, were all too obvious. Falmer, even during extreme hardship or illness, had heretofore been unquenchably loquacious and cheerful. Now he seemed sullen and uncommunicative, as if preoccupied with far-off things of disagreeable import. His bluff face had grown hollow, even pointed, and his eyes had narrowed to secretive slits. Thone was troubled by these changes, though he tried to dismiss his impressions as mere distempered fancies due to the influence of ebbing fever. "But can't you tell me what the place was like?" he persisted. "There isn't much to tell," said Falmer in a queer, grumbling tone. "Just a few crumbling walls and falling pillars." "But didn't you find the burial pit of the Indian legend where the gold was supposed to be?" "I found it, but there was no treasure." Falmer's voice had taken on a forbidding surliness, and Thone decided to refrain from further questioning. "I guess," he commented lightly, "that we had better stick to orchid hunting. Treasure trove doesn't seem to be in our line. By the way, did you see any unusual flowers or plants during the trip?" "Hell no," Falmer snapped. His face had gone suddenly ashen in the firelight, and his eyes had assumed a set glare that might have meant either fear or anger. "Shut up, can't you? I don't want to talk. I've had a headache all day. Some damned Venezuelan fever coming on, I suppose. We'd better head for the Orinoco tomorrow. I've had all I want of this trip." James Falmer and Roderick Thone, professional orchid hunters with 2 Indian guides, had been following an obscure tributary of the upper Orinoco. The country was rich in rare flowers, and beyond its floral wealth, they had been drawn by vague but persistent rumors among the local tribes concerning the existence of a ruined city somewhere on this tributary, a city that contained a burial pit in which vast treasures of gold, silver, and jewels had been interred together with the dead of some nameless people. The 2 men had thought it worthwhile to investigate these rumors. Thone had fallen sick while they were still a full day's journey from the site of the ruins, and Falmer had gone on in a canoe with one of the Indians, leaving the other to attend Thone. He had returned at nightfall of the third day following his departure. Thone decided after a while, as he lay staring at his companion, that the latter's taciturnity and moroseness were perhaps due to disappointment over his failure to find the treasure. It must be that, together with some tropical infection working in the man's blood. However, he admitted doubtfully to himself, it was not like Falmer to be disappointed or downcast under such circumstances. Falmer did not speak again, but sat glaring before him as if he saw something invisible to others, beyond the labyrinth of fire-touched boughs and lianas in which the whispering, stealthy darkness crouched. Somehow, there was a shadowy fear in his aspect. Thone continued to watch him, and saw that the Indians, impassive and cryptic, were also watching him, as if with some obscure expectancy. The riddle was too much for Thone, and he gave it up after a while, lapsing into restless, fever-turbulent slumber, from which he awakened at intervals to see the set face of Falmer, dimmer and more distorted each time, with the slowly dying fire and the invading shadows. Thone felt stronger in the morning. His brain was clear, his pulse tranquil once more, and he saw with mounting concern the indisposition of Falmer, who seemed to rouse and exert himself with great difficulty, speaking hardly a word and moving with singular stiffness and sluggishness. He appeared to have forgotten his announced project of returning toward the Orinoco, and Thone took entire charge of the preparations for departure. His companion's condition puzzled him more and more. Apparently there was no fever, and the symptoms were wholly ambiguous. However, on general principles, he administered a stiff dose of quinine to Falmer before they started. The paling saffron of sultry dawn sifted upon them through the jungle tops as they loaded their belongings into the dugouts and pushed off down the slow current. Thone sat near the bow of one of the boats, with Falmer in the rear, and a large bundle of orchid roots and part of their equipment filling the middle. The two Indians occupied the other boat, together with the rest of their supplies. It was a monotonous journey. The river wound like a sluggish olive snake between dark, interminable walls of forest from which the goblin faces of orchids leered. There were no sounds other than the splash of paddles, the furious chattering of monkeys, and petulant cries of fiery-colored birds. The sun rose above the jungle and poured down a tide of torrid brilliance. Thone rode steadily, looking back over his shoulder at whiles to address Falmer with some casual remark or friendly question. The latter, with dazed eyes and features queerly pale and pinched in the sunlight, sat dully erect and made no effort to use his paddle. He offered no reply to the queries of Thone, but shook his head at intervals with a sort of shuddering motion that was plainly involuntary. After a while, he began to moan thickly, as if in pain or delirium. They went on in this manner for hours. The heat grew more oppressive between the stifling walls of jungle. Thone became aware of a shriller cadence in the moans of his companion. Looking back, he saw that Falmer had removed his sun helmet, seemingly oblivious of the murderous heat, and was clawing at the crown of his head with frantic fingers. Convulsions shook his entire body, and the dugout began to rock dangerously as he tossed to and fro in a paroxysm of manifest agony. His voice mounted to a high, unhuman shrieking. Thone made a quick decision. There was a break in the lining palisade of somber forest, and he headed the boat for shore immediately. The Indians followed, whispering between themselves and eyeing the sick man with glances of apprehensive awe and terror that puzzled Thone tremendously. He felt that there was some devilish mystery about the whole affair, and he could not imagine what was wrong with Falmer. All the known manifestations of malignant tropical diseases rose before him like a rout of hideous phantasms, but among them he could not recognize the thing that had assailed his companion.
Having gotten Falmer ashore on a semicircle of liana-latticed beach without the aid of the guides, who seemed unwilling to approach the sick man, Thone administered a heavy hypodermic injection of morphine from his medicine chest. This appeared to ease Falmer's suffering, and the convulsions ceased. Thone, taking advantage of their remission, proceeded to examine the crown of Falmer's head. He was startled to find amid the thick, dishevelled hair a hard and pointed lump, which resembled the tip of a beginning horn rising under the still unbroken skin. As if endowed with erectile and resistless life, it seemed to grow beneath his fingers. At the same time, abruptly and mysteriously, Falmer opened his eyes and appeared to regain full consciousness. For a few minutes, he was more his normal self than at any time since his return from the ruins. He began to talk, as if anxious to relieve his mind of some oppressing burden. His voice was peculiarly thick and toneless, but Thone was able to follow his mutterings and piece them together. "The pit, said Falmer. "The infernal thing that was in the pit, in the deep sepulchre. I wouldn't go back there for the treasure of a dozen Eldorados. I didn't tell you much about those ruins, Thone. Somehow it was hard, impossibly hard, to talk. I guess the Indian knew there was something wrong with the ruins. He led me to the place, but he wouldn't tell me anything about it, and he waited by the riverside while I searched for the treasure. Great gray walls there were, older than the jungle, old as death and time. They must have been quarried and reared by people from some forgotten continent or some lost planet. They loomed and leaned at mad, unnatural angles, threatening to crush the trees about them. And there were columns, too, thick, swollen columns of unholy form, whose abominable carvings the jungle had not wholly screened from view. There was no trouble finding that accursed burial pit. The pavement above had broken through quite recently, I think. A big tree had pried with its boa-like roots between the flagstones that were buried beneath centuries of mold. One of the flags had been tilted back on the pavement, and another had fallen through into the pit. There was a large hole, whose bottom I could see dimly in the forest-strangled light. Something glimmered palely at the bottom, but I could not be sure what it was. I had taken along a coil of rope, as you remember. I tied one end of it to a main root of the tree, dropped the other through the opening, and went down like a monkey. When I got to the bottom, I could see little at first in the gloom, except the whitish glimmering all around me, at my feet. Something that was unspeakably brittle and friable crunched beneath me when I began to move. I turned on my flashlight and saw that the place was fairly littered with bones. Human skeletons lay tumbled everywhere. They must have been very old, for they broke into powder at a touch. It was the burial chamber of the legend. Looking about with the flashlight, I found the steps that led to the blocked-up entrance. But if any treasure had been buried with the bodies, it must have been removed long ago. I groped around amid the bones and dust, feeling pretty much like a ghoul, but couldn't find anything of value, not even a bracelet or a finger ring on any of the skeletons. It wasn't till I thought of climbing out that I noticed the real horror. In one of the corners, the corner nearest to the opening in the roof, I looked up and saw it in the webby shadows. 10 feet above my head it hung, and I'd almost touched it unknowing when I descended the rope. It looked like a sort of white lattice work at first. Then I saw that the lattice was partly formed of human bones, a complete skeleton, very tall and stalwart, like that of a warrior. A pale, withered thing grew out of the skull, like a set of fantastic antlers ending in myriads of long and stringy tendrils that had spread themselves on the wall, climbing upward till they reached the roof. They must have lifted the skeleton or body along with them as they climbed. I examined the thing with my flashlight. It must have been a plant of some sort, and apparently it had started to grow in the cranium. Some of the branches had issued from the cloven crown, others through the eye holes, the mouth, and the nose hole, to flare upward, and the roots of the blasphemous thing had gone downward, trellising themselves on every bone. The very toes and fingers were ringed with them, and they drooped in writhing coils. Worst of all, the ones that had issued from the toe ends were rooted in a second skull, which dangled just below, with fragments of the broken-off root system. There was a litter of fallen bones on the floor in the corner. The sight made me feel a little weak somehow, and more than a little nauseated. That abhorrent, inexplicable mingling of the human and the plant. I started to climb the rope, in a feverish hurry to get out, but the thing fascinated me in its abominable fashion, and I couldn't help pausing to study it a little more when I had climbed halfway. I leaned toward it too far, I guess, and the rope began to sway, bringing my face lightly against the leprous, antler-shaped boughs above the skull. Something broke, possibly a sort of pod on one of the branches. I found my head enveloped in a cloud of pearl-gray powder, very light, fine, and scentless. The stuff settled on my hair. It got into my nose and eyes, nearly choking and blinding me. I shook it off as well as I could. Then I climbed on and pulled myself through the opening. As if the effort of coherent narration had been too heavy a strain, Falmer lapsed into disconnected mumblings. The mysterious malady, whatever it was, returned upon him, and his delirious ramblings were mixed with groans of torture. But at moments he regained a flash of coherence. My head, he muttered. There must be something in my brain, something that grows and spreads. I tell you, I can feel it there. I haven't felt right at any time since I left the burial pit. My mind has been queer ever since. It must have been the spores of the ancient devil plant. The spores have taken root. The thing is splitting my skull, going down into my brain. A plant that springs out of a human cranium, as if from a flower pot. The dreadful convulsions began once more, and Falmer writhed uncontrollably in his companion's arms, shrieking with agony. Thone, sick at heart, and shocked by his sufferings, abandoned all effort to restrain him, and took up the hypodermic. With much difficulty, he managed to inject a triple dose, and Falmer grew quiet by degrees, and lay with open, glassy eyes, breathing stertorously. Thone, for the first time, perceived an odd protrusion of his eyeballs, which seemed about to start from their sockets, making it impossible for the lids to close, and lending the drawn features an expression of mad horror. It was as if something were pushing Falmer's eyes from his head. Thone, trembling with sudden weakness and terror, felt that he was involved in some unnatural web of nightmare. He could not, dared not, believe the story Falmer had told him, and its implications. Assuring himself that his companion had imagined it all, had been ill throughout with the incubation of some strange fever, he stooped over and found that the horn-shaped lump on Falmer's head had now broken through the skin. With a sense of unreality, he stared at the object that his prying fingers had revealed amid the matted hair. It was unmistakably a plant bud of some sort, with involuted folds of pale green and bloody pink that seemed about to expand. The thing issued from above the central suture of the skull. A nausea swept upon Thone, and he recoiled from the lolling head and its baleful outgrowth, averting his gaze. His fever was returning. There was a woeful debility in all his limbs, and he heard the muttering voice of delirium through the quinine-induced ringing in his ears. his eyes blurred with a deathly and miasmal mist. He fought to subdue his illness and impotence. He must not give way to it wholly. He must go on with Falmer and the Indians and reach the nearest trading station, many days away on the Orinoco, where Falmer could receive medical aid. As if through sheer volition, his eyes cleared, and he felt a resurgence of strength. He looked around for the guides, and saw, with a start of uncomprehending surprise, that they had vanished. Peering further, he observed that one of the boats, the dugout used by the Indians, had also disappeared. It was plain that he and Falmer had been deserted. Perhaps the Indians had known what was wrong with the sick man, and had been afraid. At any rate, they were gone, and they had taken much of the camp equipment and most of the provisions with them. Thone turned once more to the supine body of Falmer, conquering his repugnance with effort. Resolutely, he drew out his clasp knife, and stooping over the stricken man, he excised the protruding bud, cutting as close to the scalp as he could with safety. The thing was unnaturally tough and rubbery. It exuded a thin, sinuous fluid, and he shuddered when he saw its internal structure, full of nerve-like filaments, with a core that suggested cartilage. He flung it aside quickly on the river sand. Then, lifting Falmer in his arms, he lurched and staggered toward the remaining boat. He fell more than once, and lay half-swooning across the inert body. Alternately carrying and dragging his burden, he reached the boat at last. With the remnant of his failing strength, he contrived to prop Falmer in the stern against the pile of equipment. His fever was mounting apace. After much delay, with tedious, half-delirious exertions, he pushed off from the shore and got the boat into midstream. He paddled with nerveless strokes till the fever mastered him wholly, and the oar slipped from oblivious fingers. He awoke in the yellow glare of dawn, with his brain and his senses comparatively clear. His illness had left a great languor, but his first thought was of Falmer. He twisted about, nearly falling overboard in his debility, and sat, facing his companion. Falmer still reclined, half sitting, half lying, against the pile of blankets and other impedimenta. His knees were drawn up, his hands clasping them as if in titanic rigor. His features had grown as stark and ghastly as those of a dead man, and his whole aspect was one of mortal rigidity. It was not this, however, that caused Thone to gasp with unbelieving horror. During the interim of Thone's delirium and his lapse into slumber, the monstrous plant bud, merely stimulated, it would seem, by the act of excision, had grown again with preternatural rapidity from Falmer's head. A loathsome, pale green stem was mounting thickly, and had started to branch like antlers after attaining a height of 6 or 7 inches. More dreadful than this, if possible, similar growths had issued from the eyes, and their stems, climbing vertically across the forehead, had entirely displaced the eyeballs. Already they were branching like the thing that mounted from the crown. The antlers were all tipped with pale vermilion. They appeared to quiver with repulsive animation, nodding rhythmically in the warm, windless air. From the mouth, another stem protruded, curling upward like a long and whitish tongue. It had not yet begun to bifurcate. Thone closed his eyes to shut away the shocking vision. Behind his lids, in a yellow dazzle of light, he still saw the cadaverous features, the climbing stems that quivered against the dawn like ghastly hydras of tomb-etiolated green. They seemed to be waving toward him, growing and lengthening as they waved. He opened his eyes again, and fancied, with a start of new terror, that the antlers were actually taller than they had been a few moments previous. After that, he sat watching them in a sort of baleful hypnosis,
The illusion of the plant's visible growth and freer movement, if it was illusion, increased upon him. Falmer, however, did not stir, and his parchment face appeared to shrivel and fall in, as if the roots of the growth were draining his blood, were devouring his very flesh in their insatiable and ghoulish hunger. Thone wrenched his eyes away and stared at the river shore. The stream had widened, and the current had grown more sluggish. He sought to recognize their location, looking vainly for some familiar landmark in the monotonous dull green cliffs of jungle that lined the margin. He felt hopelessly lost and alienated. He seemed to be drifting on an unknown tide of madness and nightmare, companioned by something that was more frightful than corruption itself. His mind began to wander with an odd inconsequence, coming back always in a sort of closed circle to the thing that was devouring Falmer. With a flash of scientific curiosity, he found himself wondering to what genus it belonged. It was neither fungus nor pitcher plant, nor anything that he had ever encountered or heard of in his explorations. It must have come, as Falmer had suggested, from an alien world. It was nothing that the earth could conceivably have nourished. He felt, with a comforting assurance, that Falmer was dead. That, at least, was a mercy. But, even as he shaped the thought, he heard a low, guttural moaning, and peering at Falmer in horrible startlement, saw that his limbs and body were twitching slightly. The twitching increased and took on a rhythmic regularity, though at no time did it resemble the agonized and violent convulsions of the previous day. It was plainly automatic, like a sort of galvanism, and Thone saw that it was timed with the languorous and loathsome swaying of the plant. The effect on the watcher was insidiously mesmeric and somnolent, and once he caught himself beating the detestable rhythm with his foot. He tried to pull himself together, groping desperately for something to which his sanity could cling. Ineluctably, his illness returned. Fever, nausea, and revulsion worse than the loathliness of death. But, before he yielded to it utterly, he drew his loaded revolver from the holster and fired 6 times into Falmer's quivering body. He knew that he had not missed, but, after the final bullet, Falmer still twitched in unison with the evil swaying of the plant, and Thone, sliding into delirium, heard still the ceaseless, automatic moaning. There was no time in the world of seething unreality and shoreless oblivion through which he drifted. When he came to himself again, he could not know if hours or weeks had elapsed, but he knew at once that the boat was no longer moving, and lifting himself dizzily, he saw that it had floated into shallow water and mud, and was nosing the beach of a tiny, jungle-tufted isle in mid-river. The putrid odor of slime was about him like a stagnant pool, and he heard a strident humming of insects. It was either late morning or early afternoon, for the sun was high in the still heavens. Lianas were drooping above him from the island trees like uncoiled serpents, and epiphytic orchids, marked with ophidian mottlings, leaned toward him grotesquely from lowering boughs. Immense butterflies went past on sumptuously spotted wings. He sat up, feeling very giddy and light-headed, and faced again the horror that companioned him. The thing had grown incredibly. The 3 antlered stems mounting above Falmer's head had become gigantic, and had put out masses of ropey feelers that tossed uneasily in the air, as if searching for support or new provender. In the topmost antlers, a prodigious blossom had opened, a sort of fleshy disk, broad as a man's face, and white as leprosy. Falmer's features had shrunken till the outlines of every bone were visible, as if beneath tightened paper. He was a mere death's head in a mask of human skin,
and beneath his clothing, the body was little more than a skeleton. He was quite still now, except for the communicated quivering of the stems. The atrocious plant had sucked him dry, had eaten his vitals and his flesh. Thone wanted to hurl himself forward in a mad impulse to grapple with the growth, but a strange paralysis held him back. The plant was like a living and sentient thing, a thing that watched him, that dominated him with its unclean but superior will, and the huge blossom, as he stared, took on the dim, unnatural semblance of a face. It was somehow like the face of Falmer, but the lineaments were twisted all awry, and were mingled with those of something wholly devilish and non-human. Thone could not move, and he could not take his eyes from the blasphemous abnormality. By some miracle, his fever had left him, and it did not return. Instead, there came an eternity of frozen fright and madness, in which he sat facing the mesmeric plant. It towered before him from the dry, dead shell that had been Falmer, its swollen, glutted stems and branches swaying gently, and the huge flower leering perpetually upon him with its impious travesty of a human face. He thought that he heard a low singing sound, ineffably, demoniacally sweet, but whether it emanated from the plant, or was a mere hallucination of his overwrought senses, he could not know. The sluggish hours went by, and a grueling sun poured down its beams like molten lead from some titanic vessel of torture. His head swam with weakness and the fetor-laden heat, but he could not relax the rigor of his posture. There was no change in the nodding monstrosity, which seemed to have attained its full growth above the head of its victim. But after a long interim, Thone's eyes were drawn to the shrunken hands of Falmer, which still clasped the drawn-up knees in a spasmodic clutch. From the ends of the fingers, tiny white rootlets had broken, and were writhing slowly in the air, groping, it seemed, for a new source of nourishment. Then, from the neck and chin, other tips were breaking, and over the whole body the clothing stirred in a curious manner, as if with the crawling and lifting of hidden lizards. At the same time, the singing grew louder, sweeter, more imperious, and the swaying of the great plant assumed an indescribably seductive tempo. It was like the allurement of voluptuous sirens, the deadly languor of dancing cobras. Thone felt an irresistible compulsion. A summons was being laid upon him, and his drugged mind and body must obey it. The very fingers of Falmer, twisting viperishly, seemed beckoning to him. Suddenly, he was on his hands and knees in the bottom of the boat. Inch by inch, with terror and fascination contending in his brain, he crept forward, dragging himself over the disregarded bundle of orchid plants, inch by inch, foot by foot, till his head was against the withered hands of Falmer, from which hung and floated the questing roots. Some cataleptic spell had made him helpless. He felt the rootlets as they moved like delving fingers through his hair and over his face and neck, and started to strike in with agonizing needle-sharp tips. He could not stir. He could not even close his lids. In a frozen stare, he saw the gold and carmine flash of a hovering butterfly as the roots began to pierce his pupils. Deeper and deeper went the greedy roots, while new filaments grew out to enmesh him like a witch's net. For a while, it seemed that the dead and the living writhed together in leashed convulsions. At last, Falmer hung supine amid the lethal, ever-growing web. Bloated and colossal, the plant lived on, and in its upper branches, through the still, stifling afternoon, a second flower began to unfold.
If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,